Hi, everybody. This is the uh, this is on the content of Socialism 2 by Cornelius Castoriadis, and it was originally published in July 1957 in Socialisme or Barbarie. It says here in a footnote that the text was preceded by the following note. The first part of this text was published in Socialisme ou Barbarie, number 17, pages 1 to 22. The following pages represent a new draft of the entire text, and a reading of the previously published part is not presupposed. This text opens a discussion on programmatic questions. The positions expressed here do not necessarily express the viewpoint of the entire Socialisme ou Barbarie group. This text was originally translated by Maurice Brinton under the title Workers' Councils and the Economics of a Self-Managed Society, with, quote, our preface, end quote. It was reprinted by Philadelphia Solidarity in 1974, with forwards by Philadelphia Solidarity and the League for Economic Democracy, and 1984 as a wooden shoe pamphlet with a statement about the group, Philadelphia Solidarity, entitled, quote, About Ourselves, end quote, and a new introduction by Peter Dorman, Workers' Councils 25 years later. In editing Brinton's translation, we have retained the headings he has added to the text, placing them in brackets. All right. So, bracket, introduction, end bracket. The development of modern society and what has happened to the working class movement over the last 100 years, and in particular since 1917, have compelled us to make a radical revision of the ideas on which that movement has been based. 40 years have elapsed since the proletarian revolution seized power in Russia. From that revolution, it is not socialism that ultimately emerged, but a new and monstrous form of exploiting society and totalitarian oppression that differed from the worst forms of capitalism only in that the bureaucracy replaced the private owners of capital, and the, quote, plan, end quote, took the place of the, quote, free market, end quote. 10 years ago, only a few people like us defended these ideas. Since then, the Hungarian workers have brought them to the world's attention. Among the raw materials for such a revision are the vast experience of the Russian Revolution and of its degeneration, the Hungarian Workers' Councils, their actions, and their program. But these are far from being the only elements useful for making such a revision. A look at modern capitalism and at the type of conflict it breeds shows that throughout the world, working people are faced with the same fundamental problems, often posed in surprisingly similar terms. These problems call everywhere for the same response. The answer is socialism, a social system that is the very opposite of the bureaucratic capitalism now installed in Russia, China, and elsewhere. The experience of bureaucratic capitalism allows us clearly to perceive what socialism is not and cannot be. A close look both at the past proletarian uprisings and at the everyday life and struggles of the proletariat enables us to say what socialism could and should be. Basing ourselves on a century of experience, we can and must now define the positive content of socialism in a much fuller and more accurate way than was possible for previous revolutionaries. In today's vast ideological morass, people who call themselves socialists may be heard to say that they, quote, are no longer quite sure what that word means, end quote. We hope to show that the very opposite is the case. Today, for the first time, one can begin to spell out in concrete and specific terms what socialism really could be like. The task we are about to undertake not only leads us to challenge many widely held ideas about socialism, many of which go back to Lenin and some to Marx. It also leads us to question widely held ideas about capitalism, about the way it works and about the real nature of its crises, many of which have reached us, with or without distortion, from Marx himself. The two analyses are complementary, and in fact the one necessitates the other. The revision we propose did not, of course, start today. Various strands of the revolutionary movement and a number of individual revolutionaries have contributed to it over time. From the very first issue of Socialisme ou Barbarie, we endeavored to resume this effort in a systematic fashion. There we claimed that the fundamental division in contemporary society was the division into directors and executants. We attempted to show how the working class's own development would lead it to a socialist consciousness. We stated that socialism could only be the product of the autonomous action of the working class. We stressed that a socialist society implied the abolition of any separate stratum of directors, and that it therefore implied the power of mass organs and workers' management of production. But in a sense, we ourselves failed to develop the content of our own ideas to the full. It would hardly be worth mentioning this fact were it not that it expressed at its own level the influence of factors that have dominated the evolution of Marxism itself for a century, namely, the enormous dead weight of the ideology of exploiting society, the paralyzing legacy of traditional concepts, the difficulty of freeing oneself from inherited modes of thought. In one sense, our revision consists of making more explicit and precise what was the genuine initial intention of Marxism and what has always been the deepest content of working class struggles, whether at their dramatic and culminating moments or in the anonymity of working class life in the factory. In another sense, our revision consists of a freeing of revolutionary thought from the accumulated dross of a century. We want to break the distorting prisms through which so many revolutionaries have become accustomed to looking at the life and action of the proletariat. Socialism aims at giving a meaning to people's life and work, at enabling their freedom, their creativity, and the most positive aspects of their personality to flourish, at creating organic links between the individual and those around him, and between the group and society, at reconciling people with themselves and with nature. It thereby rejoins the most basic goals of the working class in its daily struggles against capitalist alienation. These are not aspirations about some hazy and distant future, but rather the content of tendencies existing and manifesting themselves today, both in revolutionary struggles and in everyday life. To understand this is to understand that for the worker, the ultimate problem of history is an everyday problem. To grasp this is also to perceive that socialism is not, quote, nationalization or, quote, planning or even a, quote, increase in the standard of living, end quote. It is to understand that the real crisis of capitalism is not due to, quote, the anarchy of the market, or to, quote, overproduction, or to, quote, the falling rate of profit, end quote. Indeed, it is to see the tasks of revolutionary theory and the function of the revolutionary organization in an entirely new way. Pushed to their ultimate consequences, grasped in their full strength, these ideas transform our vision of society and the world. They modify our conception of theory as well as of revolutionary practice. The first part of this text is devoted to the positive definition of socialism. The following part concerns the analysis of capitalism and the crisis it is undergoing. This order, which might not appear very logical, may be justified by the fact that the Polish and Hungarian revolutions have made the question of the positive definition of the socialist organization of society an immediate practical question. This order of presentation also stems from another consideration. The very content of our ideas leads us to maintain that, ultimately, one cannot understand anything about the profound meaning of capitalism and the crisis it is undergoing unless one begins with the most total idea of socialism. For all that we have to say can be reduced in the last analysis to this. Socialism is autonomy, people's conscious direction of their lives. Capitalism, whether private or bureaucratic, is the ultimate negation of this autonomy. And its crisis stems from the fact that the system necessarily creates the drive towards autonomy while simultaneously being compelled to suppress it. 1 second. Sorry. The root of the crisis of capitalism. The capitalist organization of social life. We are speaking about private capitalism in the West and bureaucratic capitalism in the East. Creates a perpetually renewed crisis in every sphere of human activity. This crisis appears most intensely in the realm of production. Quote, production, end quote, meaning here the shop floor, not, quote, the economy, end quote, or, quote, the market, end quote. In its essence, however, the situation is the same in all other fields, whether one is dealing with the family, education, international relations, politics, or culture. Everywhere, the capitalist structure of society consists of organizing people's lives from the outside being in italics. In the absence of those directly concerned and against their aspirations and interests. This is but another way of saying that capitalism divides society into a narrow stratum of directors, whose function is to decide and organize everything, and the vast majority of the population who are reduced to executing the decisions made by these directors. As a result of this very fact, most people experience their own lives as something alien to them. This pattern of organization is profoundly irrational and full of contradictions. Under it, repeated crises of one kind or another are absolutely inevitable. It is nonsensical to seek to organize people, either in production or in politics, as if they were mere objects, systematically ignoring what they themselves wish or how they themselves think things should be done. In real life, capitalism is obliged to base itself on people's capacity for self-organization, on the individual and collective creativity of the producers. Without making use of these abilities, the system could not survive for a day. But the whole, quote, official, end quote, organization of modern society both ignores and seeks to suppress these abilities to the utmost. The result is not only an enormous waste due to untapped capacity. The system does more.
Tom?
Yeah?
You like vanilla ice cream and what other kind?
I like it all. I mean, I don't.
Cookies and cream?
Cookies and cream is good, yeah.
Alright, what do your friends like to drink?
Uh,
They seem to drink sodas.
I don't know.
Waters?
Huh?
Water?
No, I mean, you can just have, it's,
You got a 12-pack of Mountain Dew, so we'll get that out.
hold on, I'll come in and talk to you about it in a minute.
Alright, I'm getting ready to go.
Oh, well, just 1 minute. I gotta finish, I'm, like, recording this thing, so it's like, I got, like, a...
Okay, well, it's no biggie. I think that's all I wanted to know.
Yeah, whatever ice cream's fine, whatever drinks you like. Get what you like.
Alright.
It's my birthday. The result is not only an enormous waste due to untapped capacity. The system does more. It necessarily engenders opposition, a struggle against it by those upon whom it seeks to impose itself. Long before one can speak of revolution or political consciousness, people refuse in their everyday working lives to be treated like objects. The capitalist organization of society is thereby compelled not only to structure itself in the absence of those most directly concerned, but also to take shape against them. The net result is not only waste but perpetual conflict. If 1,000 individuals have among them a given capacity for self-organization, capitalism consists in more or less arbitrarily choosing 50 of these individuals, vesting them with managerial authority and deciding that the others should just be cogs. Metaphorically speaking, this is already a 95% loss of social initiative and drive. There is more to it. But there is more to it. As the 950 ignored individuals are not cogs, and as capitalism is obliged up to a point to base itself on their human capacities, and in fact develop those human capacities, these individuals will react and struggle against what the system imposes upon them. The creative faculties they are not allowed to exercise on behalf of a social order that rejects them, and which they reject, are now utilized against that social order. A permanent struggle develops at the very heart of social life. It soon becomes the source of further waste. The narrow stratum of directors is henceforth to divide its time between organizing the work of those, quote, below, end quote, and seeking to counteract, neutralize, deflect, or manipulate their resistance. The function of the managerial apparatus ceases to be merely organizational, and soon assumes all sorts of coercive aspects. Those in authority in a modern factory, in fact, spend less of their time organizing production than coping, directly or indirectly, with the resistance of the exploited, whether it be a question of supervision, of quality control, of determining peace rates, of, quote, human relations, end quote, of discussions with shop stewards or union representatives. On top of all this, there is, of course, the permanent preoccupation of those in power with making sure that everything is measurable, quantifiable, verifiable, and supervisable so as to deal in advance with any inventive counterreaction the workers might launch against the new methods of exploitation. The same applies, with all due corrections, to the total overall organization of social life and to all the essential activities of any modern state. The irrationality and contradictions of capitalism do not show up only in the way social life is organized. They appear even more clearly when one looks at the real content of the life this system proposes. More than any other social order, capitalism has put work at the center of human activity, and more than any other social order, capitalism makes of work something that is absurd. Absurd not from the viewpoint of the philosopher or the moralist, but from the point of view of those who have to perform it. Bye, Father.
Aye.
Good luck. What is challenged today is not only the, quote, human organization, end quote, of work, but its nature, its content, its methods, the very instruments and purpose of capitalist production. The two aspects are, of course, inseparable, but it is the second that needs to be stressed. As a result of the nature of work in a capitalist enterprise, and however it may be organized, the activity of the worker, instead of being the organic expression of his human faculties, turns into an alien and hostile process that dominates the subject of this process. In theory, the proletarian is tied to this activity only by a thin but unbreakable thread, the need to earn a living. But this ensures that one's work, even the day that it is about to begin, dawns as something hostile. Work under capitalism therefore implies a permanent mutilation, a perpetual waste of creative capacity, and a constant struggle between the worker and his own activity, between what he would like to do and what he has to do. From this angle, too, capitalism can survive only to the extent that reality does not yield to its methods and conforms to its spirit. The system functions only to the extent that the, quote, official, end quote, organization of production and of society is constantly resisted, thwarted, corrected, and completed by the effective self-organization of people. Work processes can be effective under capitalism only to the extent that the real attitudes of workers toward their work differ from what is prescribed. Working people succeed in learning the general principles pertaining to their work, to which, according to the spirit of the system, they should have no access and concerning which the system seeks to keep them in the dark. They then apply these principles to the specific conditions in which they find themselves, whereas in theory this practical application can be spelled out only by the managerial apparatus. Exploiting societies persist because those whom they exploit help them to survive. slave-owning and feudal societies perpetuated themselves because ancient slaves and medieval serfs worked according to the norms set by the masters and lords of those societies. The proletariat enables capitalism to continue by acting against the system. Here we find the origin of the historical crisis of capitalism, and it is in this respect that capitalism is a society pregnant with revolutionary prospects. Slavery or serf society functioned as far as the exploited did not struggle against the system. But capitalism can function only insofar as those whom capitalism exploits actively oppose everything the system seeks to impose upon them. The final outcome of this struggle is socialism, namely, the elimination of all externally imposed norms, methods, and patterns of organization, and the total liberation of the creative and self-organizing capacity of the masses. The principles of socialist society. Socialist society implies people's self-organization of every aspect of their social activities. The instauration of socialism therefore entails the immediate abolition of the fundamental division of society into a class of directors and a class of executants. The content of the socialist reorganization of society is first of all workers' management of production. The working class has repeatedly staked its claim to such management and struggled to achieve it at the high points of its historical actions. In Russia 1917-18, in Spain in 1936, in Hungary in 1956. Workers' councils based on one's place of work are the form of workers' management and the institution capable of fostering its growth. Workers' management means the power of the local workers' councils and ultimately at the level of society as a whole, the power of the Central Assembly of Workers' Councils and the government of the councils. Factory councils or councils based on any other place of work such as a plant, building site, mine, railway, yard, office, etc., will be composed of delegates who are elected by the workers, responsible for reporting to them at regular intervals, and revocable by them at any time, and will unite the functions of deliberation, decision, and execution. Such councils are historic creations of the working class. They have come to the forefront every time the question of power has been posed in modern society. The Russian Factory Committee of 1917, the German Workers' Councils of 1919, the Hungarian Councils of 1956 all sought to express, whatever their name, the same original, organic, and characteristic working class pattern of self-organization. To define the socialist organization of society in concrete terms is to draw all the possible conclusions from two basic ideas: workers' management of production and the rule of the councils, which are themselves the organic creations of proletarian struggles. But such a definition can come to life and be given flesh and blood only if combined with an account of how the institutions of this society might function in practice. There is no question for us here of trying to draw up, quote, statutes, quote, rules, or a, quote, ideal constitution, end quote, for socialist society. Statutes as such mean nothing. The best of statutes can only have meaning to the extent that people are permanently prepared to defend what is best in those statutes, to make up what they lack, and to change whatever they may contain that has become inadequate or outdated. From this point of view, we obviously should condemn any fetishism for the, quote, Soviet or, quote, council type of organization. The, quote, constant eligibility and revocability of representatives, end quote, are themselves quite insufficient to, quote, guarantee, end quote, that a council will remain the expression of working class interests. The council will remain such an expression for as long as people are prepared to do whatever may be necessary for it to remain so. The realization of socialism is not a question of better legislation. It depends on the autonomous action of the working class, on this class's capacity to find within itself the necessary awareness of ends and means, the necessary solidarity and determination. But this autonomous mass action cannot remain amorphous, fragmented, and dispersed. It will find expression in patterns of action and forms of organization, in methods of operation, and in institutions that adequately embody and express its purpose. Just as we must avoid the fetishism of, quote, statutes, end quote, we should also condemn any sort of, quote, anarchist or, quote, spontaneist, end quote, fetishism that, in the belief that working class consciousness ultimately will determine everything, takes little or no interest in the form such consciousness should take if it wants to be effective in changing society. The council is not a miraculous institution. It cannot be a means for the workers to express themselves if the workers have not decided that they will express themselves through this medium. But the council is an adequate form of organization. Its whole structure is set up to enable this will to self-expression to come to the fore when it exists. Parliamentary institutions, on the other hand, whether called the, quote, National Assembly, end quote, the, quote, U.S. Congress, end quote, or the, quote, Supreme Soviet of the USSR, end quote, are by definition types of institutions that cannot be socialist. They are founded on a radical separation between the people, quote, consulted, end quote, from time to time, and those who are supposed to, quote, represent, end quote, them, but who are in fact uncontrollable and irremovable. A workers' council is designed so as to represent the masses, but may cease to fulfill this function. Parliament is designed so that it never fulfills this function. The question of adequate and meaningful institutions is basic to socialist society. It is particularly important as socialism can only be instaurated through a revolution, that is to say, as the result of a social crisis in the course of which the consciousness and activity of the masses reaches a state of extreme tension. Under these conditions, the masses become capable of breaking the power of the ruling class and of its armed forces, by bypassing the political and economic institutions of established society, and of overcoming within themselves the heavy legacy of centuries of servitude. This state of affairs should be thought of not as some kind of paroxysm, but on the contrary as the prefiguration of the level of both activity and awareness demanded of people in a free society. The, quote, ebbing, end quote, of revolutionary activity has nothing inevitable about it. It will always remain a threat, however, given the sheer enormity of the tasks to be accomplished. Everything that adds to the innumerable problems facing popular mass action will enhance the tendency to such a reflux. It is therefore essential that revolutionary society, from revolutionary society's very beginning, furnish itself with a network of institutions and methods of operation that both allow and favor the unfolding of the activity of the masses, and that it abolish along the way everything that inhibits or thwarts this activity. It is essential, too, that revolutionary society should create for itself, at each step, those stable forms of organization that can most readily become effective normal mechanisms for the expression of popular will, both in, quote, important matters, end quote, and in everyday life, which is, in truth, the first and foremost of all, quote, important matters, end quote. The definition of socialist society that we are attempting, therefore, requires of us some description of how we visualize its instruments and of the way they will function. The endeavor is not, quote, utopian, end quote, for it is but the elaboration and extrapolation of the historical creation of the working class, and in particular of the concept of workers' management. At the risk of reinforcing the, quote, utopian, end quote, features of this text, we have always used the future tense when speaking of socialist society. The use of the conditional throughout the text would have been tedious and tiresome. It goes without saying that this manner of speaking does not affect in any way our examination of the problems raised here. The reader may easily replace, quote, the socialist nation of the problems. Sorry, misread that. It goes without saying that this manner of speaking does not affect in any way our examination of the problems raised here. The reader may easily replace, quote, the socialist society will be, end quote, with, quote, the author thinks that socialist society will be, end quote. As for the substance of the text, we have deliberately reduced historical and literary references to a minimum. The ideas we propose to develop, however, are only the theoretical formulation of the experience of a century of working-class struggles. They embody real experiences, both positive and negative, conclusions, both direct and indirect, and that have already been drawn, answers given to problems actually posed, or answers that would have had to be given if such and such a revolution had developed a little further. Thus, every sentence in this text is linked into questions that have already been met publicly or been met implicitly or explicitly in the course of working class struggles. This should put a stop once and for all to all allegations of, quote, utopianism, end quote. In the first chapter of his book, The Workers' Councils, Anton Pannekoek develops a similar analysis of the problems confronting socialist society. On fundamental issues, our points are very close. Bracket. This is a subtitle that I think when he said, I think the author said at the beginning, I don't know, I'm reading this in chunks, so, but I think the editor said in the beginning that they're keeping headings that Maurice Brinton made when he published this book with Solidarity as Workers' Councils and the Economics of the Self-Managed Society. So anyway, here's the subtitle, bracket, institutions that people can understand and control, end bracket. The guiding principle of our effort to elaborate the content of socialism is as follows. Workers' management will be possible only if people's attitudes to social organization alter radically. This in turn will take place only if the institutions embodying this organization become a meaningful part of their daily real lives. Just as work will have a meaning only when people understand and dominate work, so will the institutions of socialist society have to become understandable and controllable. Bakunin once described the problem of socialism as being one of, quote, integrating individuals into structures that they can understand and control, end quote. I think in all the, I'm reading these kind of like these three collections of essays by Castoriadis because I'm thinking of writing like a master's thesis about his conception of socialism in the 1950s and 1960s in his Socialisme ou Barbarie period. And I think this is the first time you see a quote or any really positive reference to Bakunin. And I think that also the reference to Pannekoek is also the first time you see someone that's not emerging from the Leninist Trotskyist tradition. post-1917, except for perhaps Rosa Luxemburg's critique of the Russian Revolution. And so it seems like he's taking on new influences at this point in time, considering different angles of thought. Anywhoser, I also have an essay by Christos Mamos, I think is his name, on the channel about Pannekoek and Castoriadis' correspondence, and how each author criticized the limitations of each other's understanding of Stalinism. I think the essay comes out in favor of Castoriadis over Pannekoek's conception of Stalinism, but it's definitely worth reading. And Christos Mamos, I'll probably read his book on this channel because it's about the relationship of Castoriadis to critical theory. Anyway, sorry for babbling on. Modern society is a dark and hidden jungle, a confusion of apparatuses and structures and institutions whose workings no one or almost no one understands, and no one really dominates or takes any interest in. Socialist society will be possible only if it brings about a radical change in this state of affairs and massively simplifies social organization. Socialism implies that the organization of a society will have become transparent to its members. One second. Yeah, so and that's my plan. I don't know when I'm going to start reading Christos Mamos's work. I mean, right now I'm trying to think about what I should be focusing on if I'm going to narrow down the scope of my personal reading in order to meet the needs of completing a thesis. So I don't know how much of Castoriadis' later work about like the imaginary institution of society and so forth will be of use to me, but sorry, I have to save this, freeze frame this thing. Okay. To say that workings and institutions of socialist society must be easy to understand implies that people must have a maximum of information. This, quote, maximum of information, end quote, is something quite different from an enormous mass of data. The problem is not to equip everybody with a portable version of the Bibliothèque Nationale or the Library of Congress, which is funny because that's almost exactly what we have now as about socialism. On the contrary, the maximum of information depends first and foremost on a reduction of data to their essentials, so that the data can readily be handled by everyone. This will be possible because socialism will result in an immediate and enormous simplification of problems and the disappearance, pure and simple, of most current rules and regulations, which will have become quite meaningless. It will be facilitated by a systematic effort to gather and disseminate information about social reality, and to present facts both adequately and simply. Further on, when discussing the functioning of socialist economy, we will give examples of the enormous possibilities that already exist in this field. Under socialism, people will dominate the workings and institutions of society, instead of being dominated by them. Socialism will therefore have to realize democracy for the first time in human history. Etymologically, the word, quote, democracy, end quote, means domination by the masses. We are not concerned here with the formal aspects of the word, quote, domination, end quote. Real domination must not be confused with voting. A vote, even a free vote, may only be, and often only is, a parody of democracy. Democracy is not the right to vote on secondary issues. It is not the right to appoint rulers who will then decide, without control from below, on all the essential questions. Nor does democracy lie in calling upon people to voice their opinions upon incomprehensible questions, or upon questions that have no meaning for them. Real domination lies in one's being able to decide for oneself on all essential questions in full knowledge of the relevant facts. Quote, in full knowledge of the relevant facts, end quote. In these few words lie the whole problem of the democracy. It is meaningless to ask people to voice their opinions if they are not aware of the relevant facts. This has long been stressed by the reactionary or fascist critics of bourgeois, quote, democracy, end quote, and even by the most cynical Stalinist. It is obvious that bourgeois democracy is a farce, if only because literally nobody in capitalist society can express an opinion in knowledge of the relevant facts, least of all the mass of the people from whom political and economic realities and the real meaning of the questions asked are systematically hidden. But the answer is not to vest power in the hands of a few incompetent and uncontrollable bureaucrats. The answer is to transform social reality in such a way that essential data and fundamental problems are understood by everyone, enabling everyone to express opinions in full knowledge of the relevant facts. New section, bracket, direct democracy and centralization, end bracket. To decide means to decide for oneself. To decide who is to decide already is not quite deciding for oneself. The only total form of democracy is therefore direct democracy, and the factory council exercises authority and replaces the factory's general assembly only when the latter is not in session. To achieve the widest, the most meaningful direct democracy will require that all the economic, political, and other structures of society be based on local groups that are concrete collectivities, organic social units. Direct democracy certainly requires the physical presence of citizens in a given place when decisions have to be made, but this is not enough. It also requires that these citizens form an organic community, that they live, if possible, in the same milieu, that they be familiar through their daily experience with the subjects to be discussed and with the problems to be tackled. It is only in such units that political participation of individuals can become total, that people can know and feel that their involvement will have an effect, and that the real life of the community is, in a large part, determined by its own members and not by unknown or external authorities who decide for them. There must therefore be the maximum amount of autonomy and self-administration for the local units. Modern social life has already created these collectivities and continues to create them. They are based on medium-sized or large enterprises and are to be found in industry, transportation, commerce, banking, insurance, public administration, where people by the hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands spend the main part of their life harnessed to a common task, where they encounter society in its most concrete form. A place of work is not only a unit of production. A place of work has become the primary unit of social life for the vast majority of people. Instead of basing itself on geographical units, which economic developments have rendered completely artificial, the political structure of socialism will be largely based on collectivities involved in common work. Such collectivities will be the fertile soil on which direct democracy can flourish. as the ancient city or the democratic communities of free farmers in the United States of the 19th century were in their times for similar reasons. Direct democracy gives an idea of the amount of decentralization that socialist society will be able to achieve. But this democratic society will have to find a means of democratically integrating these basic units into the social fabric as a whole, as well as of achieving the necessary degree of centralization, without which the life of a modern nation would collapse. It is not centralization as such that has brought about political alienation in modern societies, or that has led to the expropriation of the power of the many for the benefit of the few. It comes rather from the constitution of separate uncontrollable bodies, exclusively and specifically concerned with the function of centralization. As long as centralization is conceived of as the independent function of an independent apparatus, bureaucracy and bureaucratic rule will indeed be inseparable from centralization. But in a socialist society, there will be no conflict between centralization and the autonomy of grassroots organs, insofar as both functions will be exercised by the same institutions. There will be no separate apparatus whose function it will be to reunite what it has itself fragmented. This absurd task, we need recall it, is precisely the quote function end quote of a modern bureaucracy. The bureaucratic centralization is a feature of all modern exploiting societies. The intimate links between centralization and totalitarian bureaucratic rule in such class societies provoke a healthy and understandable aversion to centralization among many people. But this response is often confused, and at times it reinforces the very things it seeks to correct. Quote, centralization, there's the root of all evil, end quote, proclaim many honest militants as they break with Stalinism or Leninism in France, as well as in Poland or Hungary. But this formulation, at best ambiguous, becomes positively harmful when it leads, as it often does, either to formal demands for the, quote, fragmentation of power, end quote, or to demands for a limitless extension of the power of grassroots or factory organs, neglecting what is happening at the center. When Polish militants, for instance, imagine they have found the way to abolish bureaucracy, when they advocate a social life organized and directed by, quote, several centers, end quote, the state administration, a parliamentary assembly, the trade unions, workers' councils, and political parties, they are arguing beside the point. They fail to see that this, quote, polycentrism, end quote, is equivalent to the absence of any real and identifiable center, controlled from below. And as modern society has to make certain central decisions, the, quote, constitution, end quote, they propose will exist only on paper. It will only serve to hide the reemergence of a real, but this time masked, and therefore uncontrollable, quote, center, end quote, from amid the ranks of the state and political bureaucracy. The reason is obvious. If one fragments any institution accomplishing a significant or vital function, one only creates 10 times over an enhanced need for some other institution to reassemble the fragments. Similarly, if, in principle or in fact, one merely advocates extending the power of local councils to the level of the individual enterprise, one is thereby handing them over to domination by a central bureaucracy that alone would, quote, know or, quote, understand how to make the economy function as a whole. And modern economies, like whether one likes it or not, do function as a whole. To refuse to face up to the question of central power is tantamount to leaving the solution of these problems to some bureaucracy or other. Socialist society, therefore, will have to provide a socialist solution to the problem of centralization. This answer can only be the assumption of power by a federation of workers' councils and the institution of a central assembly of councils and of a council government. We will see further on that such an assembly and such a government do not signify a delegation of popular power, but are, on the contrary, an expression of that power. At this stage, we only want to discuss the principles that will govern the relationship of such bodies to the local councils and other grassroots groups. These principles are important, for they will affect the functioning of all institutions in a socialist society. Bracket. The flow of information and decisions. End bracket. In a society where people have been robbed of political power and where this power is in the hands of a centralizing authority, the essential relationship between this authority and its subordinate organs, and ultimately the people, can be summed up as follows. Channels of communication from the base to the summit only transmit information, whereas channels from the summit to the base transmit decisions. Plus perhaps the minimum of information deemed necessary for the understanding and execution of the decisions made at the summit. The whole setup expresses not only a monopoly of power by the summit, a monopoly of decision-making authority, but also a monopoly of the conditions necessary for the exercise of power. The summit alone has the, quote, sum total, end quote, of information needed to evaluate and decide. In modern society, it can only be by accident that any individual or body gains access to information other than that relating to his immediate milieu. The system seeks to avoid, or at any rate it does not encourage, such, quote, accidents, end quote. When we say that in a socialist society, the central bodies will not constitute a delegation of power, but will be the expression of the power of the people, we are implying a radical change in this way of doing things. Two-way communications will be instaurated between the, quote, base and the, quote, summit. One of the essential tasks of central bodies, including the council government, will be to collect, transmit, and disseminate information conveyed to them by local groups. In all essential fields, decisions... What's going on here? Come on. One of the essential tasks of central bodies, including the council government, will be to collect, transmit, and disseminate information conveyed to them by local groups. In all essential fields, decisions will be made at the grassroots and will be sent back up to the, quote, summit, end quote, whose responsibility it will be to ensure their execution or to carry them out itself. A two-way flow of information and decisions thus will be instaurated, and this will not only apply to relations between the government and the councils, but will be a model for relations between all institutions and those who participate in them. We must stress once again that we are not trying to draw up perfect blueprints. It is obvious, for instance, that to collect and disseminate information is not a socially neutral function. Not all information can be disseminated. That would be the surest way of smothering what is relevant and rendering it incomprehensible and therefore uncontrollable. The role of the government is therefore political, even in this respect. This is why we call it, quote, government, end quote, and not, quote, the Central Press Service, end quote. But more important is its explicit function of informing people, which shall be its responsibility. The explicit function of government today is to hide what's going on from the people. Socialism is the transformation of work. Socialism can be instaurated only by the autonomous action of the working class. It is nothing other than this autonomous action. Socialist society is nothing other than the self-organization of this autonomy. Socialism both presupposes this autonomy and helps to develop it. But if this autonomy is people's conscious domination over what they do and what they produce, Clearly, it cannot mean a political autonomy. Political autonomy is but a derivative aspect of the inherent content and the basic problem of socialism. The instauration of people's domination over their primary activity, the work process. We deliberately say, quote, instauration, end quote, and not, quote, restoration, end quote, for never in history has this kind of domination existed. All comparisons with historical antecedents, for instance, with the situation of the artisan or of the free peasant, however fruitful they may be in some respects, have only a limited scope and risk leading one into a backward-looking type of utopian thinking. A purely political autonomy would be meaningless. One cannot imagine a society where people would be slaves in production every day of the week and then enjoy Sundays of political freedom. Yet this is what Lenin's definition of socialism as, quote, Soviets plus electrification, end quote, boiled down to. The idea that socialist production or a socialist economy could be run at any political level by, quote, technicians, end quote, supervised by councils, or by Soviets or by any other body, quote, incarnating the political power of the working class, end quote, is pure nonsense. Real power in any such society would rapidly fall into the hands of those who managed production. The councils or Soviets sooner or later would wither away amid the general indifference of the population. People would stop devoting time, interest, or activity to institutions that no longer really determine the patterns of their lives. Autonomy is therefore meaningless unless it implies workers' management. That is, unless it involves organized power determining the production process themselves at the level of the shop, the plant, entire industries, and the economy as a whole. But workers' management is not just a new administrative technique. It cannot remain external to the structure of work itself. It does not mean keeping work as it is and just replacing the bureaucratic apparatus that currently manages production with a workers' council, however democratic or revocable such a council might be. It means that for the mass of workers, new relations will have to be instaurated with their work and about their work. The very content of work will immediately have to be altered. Today, the purpose, means, method, and rhythms of work are determined from the outside by a bureaucratic managerial apparatus. This apparatus can only manage through resort to abstract universal rules determined, quote, once and for all, end quote. Inevitably, though, they are revised periodically with each new, quote, crisis, end quote, in the organization of the production process. These rules cover such matters as production norms, technical specifications, rates of pay, bonuses, and the organization of production areas. Once the bureaucratic managerial apparatus has been eliminated, this way of regulating production will be unable to continue, either in its form or its substance. In accordance with the deepest aspirations of the working class, production, quote, norms, end quote, in their present meaning, will be abolished, and complete equality in wages will be instituted. Taken together, these measures mean the abolition of economic coercion and constraint in production, except in the most general form of, quote, those who do not work do not eat, end quote, as a form of discipline externally imposed by a specific coercive apparatus. Labor discipline, in italics, will be the discipline imposed by each group of workers upon its own members, by each shop on the groups that make it up, by each factory assembly upon its shops and departments. The integration of particular individual activities into a whole will be accomplished basically by the cooperation of various groups of workers or shops. It will be the object of the workers' permanent and ongoing coordinating activity. The essential universality of modern production will be freed from the concrete experience of particular jobs and will be formulated by meetings of workers. Workers' management is therefore not the, quote, supervision, end quote, of a bureaucratic managerial apparatus represented by representatives of the workers. Nor is it the replacement of this apparatus by another similar one made up of individuals of working class origin. Workers' management is the abolition of any separate managerial apparatus and the restitution of the functions of such an apparatus to the community of workers. The factory council is not a new managerial apparatus. It is but one of the places in which coordination takes place, a, quote, local meeting area, end quote, from which contacts between the factory and the outside world are regulated. If this is achieved, it will imply that the nature and content of work are already beginning to be transformed. Today, work consists essentially in obeying instructions initiated elsewhere, the direction of this activity having been removed from the executant's control. Workers' management will mean the reunification of the functions of direction and execution. But even this is insufficient. Or rather, it does and will immediately lead beyond mere reunification. By restituting to the workers the functions of direction, they necessarily will be led to tackle what is today at the core of alienation, namely the technological structure of work, its objects, its tools, and methods, which ensure that work dominates the workers instead of being dominated by them. This problem will not be solved by the workers overnight, but its solution will be the task of that historical period we call socialism. Socialism is first and foremost the solution to this problem. Between capitalism and communism, there are not 36 different types of, quote, transitional society, end quote, as some have sought to make us believe. There is but one, socialist society. And the main characteristic of this society is not, quote, the development of the productive forces, end quote, or, quote, the increasing satisfaction of consumer needs, end quote, or, quote, an increase in political freedom, end quote. The hallmark of socialism is the transformation socialism will bring about in the nature and content of work, through the conscious and deliberate transformation of an inherited technology. For the first time in history, technology will be subordinated to human needs, not only to the people's needs as consumers, but also to their needs as producers. One second. Excuse me. Thank you. Jesus Christ. My oh my. Man. The Socialist Revolution will allow this process to begin. Its realization will mark the entry of humanity into the Communist era. All other things, politics, consumption, etc., are consequences, conditions, implications, and presuppositions that certainly must be looked at in their organic unity, but which can only acquire such a unity or meaning through their relation to this central problem, the transformation of work itself. Human freedom will remain an illusion and a mystification if it does not mean freedom in people's fundamental activity, their productive activity. And this freedom will not be a gift bestowed by nature. It will not arise automatically, by increments or out of other developments. People will have to create it consciously. In the last analysis, this is the content of socialism. Important practical consequences pertain to the Important practical consequences pertaining to the immediate tasks of a socialist revolution will follow from these considerations. changing the nature of work will be tackled from both ends. On the one hand, the development of people's human capacities and faculties will have to become the revolution's highest priority. They will imply the systematic dismantling stone by stone of the entire edifice of the division of labor. On the other hand, people will have to give a whole new orientation to technical developments and to how such developments should be applied in the production process. These are but two aspects of the same thing, man's relationship to technique. Let us start by looking at the second, more tangible point, technical development as such. As a first approximation, one could say that capitalist technology, the current application of technique to production, is rotten to the core, not only because it does not help people dominate their work, but also because its aim is exactly the opposite. Socialists often say that what is basically wrong with capitalist technology is that it seeks to develop production for purposes of profit, or that it develops production for production's sake, independently of human needs, people being conceived of in these arguments only as potential consumers of products. The same socialists then tell us that the purpose of socialism is to adapt production to the real consumer needs of society, in relation both to the volume and to the nature of the goods produced. Of course, all this is true, but the fundamental problem lies elsewhere. Capitalism does not utilize a socially neutral technology for capitalist ends. Capitalism has created capitalist technology, which is by no means neutral. The real intention of capitalist technology is not to develop production for production's sake. It is to subordinate and dominate the producers. Capitalist technology is characterized essentially by its drive to eliminate the human element in productive labor and, in the long run, to eliminate man altogether from the productive process. That here, as everywhere else, capitalism fails to fulfill its deepest tendency, and that it would fall to pieces if it achieved its purpose, does not affect the argument. On the contrary, it only highlights another aspect of the crisis of this contradictory system. Capitalism cannot count on the voluntary cooperation of the producers. On the contrary, it constantly runs up against their hostility or at best indifference to the production process. This is why it is essential for the machine to impose its rhythm on the work process. Where this is not possible, capitalism seeks at least to measure the work performed. In every productive process, work must therefore be definable, quantifiable, supervisable from the outside, otherwise this process has no meaning for capitalism. As long as capitalism cannot dispense with the producers altogether, it has to make them as interchangeable as possible and reduce their work to its simplest expression, that of unskilled labor. There is no conspiracy or conscious plot behind all this. This is only a process of, quote, natural selection, end quote, affecting technical inventions as they are applied to industry. Some are preferred to others and are, on the whole, more widely utilized. These are the ones that fit in with capitalism's basic need to deal with labor power as a measurable, supervisable, and interchangeable commodity. There is no capitalist chemistry or capitalist physics as such. There's not even a specifically capitalist, quote, technique, end quote, in the general sense of the word. There certainly is, however, a capitalist technology, if by this one means that of the, quote, spectrum, end quote, of techniques available at a given point in time, as determined by the development of science, a given group, or, quote, band, end quote, of processes actually will be selected. From the moment the development of science permits a choice of several possible procedures, a society will regularly choose those methods that have a meaning for it, that are, quote, rational, end quote, within the framework of its own class rationality. But the, quote, rationality, end quote, of an exploiting society is not the rationality of socialism. This conscious transformation of technology will therefore be a central task of a society of free workers. Correspondingly, The analysis of alienation and crisis in capitalist society ought to begin with this central core of all social relationships, which are found in the concrete relationships of production. People's relationships in work is seen in its three indissociable aspects: the relationship of the workers with the means and objects of production, the relationships of the workers among themselves, and the relationship of the worker with the managerial apparatus of the production process. Academic economists have analyzed the fact that of several technically feasible possibilities, certain ones are chosen, and that these choices lead to a particular pattern of technology applied in real life. Giving concrete expression to the technique, bracket, understood in the general sense of, quote, know-how, end quote, end bracket, of a given period. See, for instance, Joan Robinson's The Accumulation of Capital. But in these analyses, the choice is always presented as flowing from considerations of, quote, profitability, end quote, and in particular from the, quote, relative costs of capital and labor, end quote. This abstract viewpoint has little grasp of the reality of industrial evolution. Marx, on the other hand, underlines the social content of machine-dominated industry, its enslaving function. Marx, as is well known, was the first to go beyond the surface of the economic phenomenon of capitalism, such as the market, competition, distribution, etc., and to tackle the analysis of the central area of capitalist social relations, the concrete relations of production in the capitalist factory. But Volume 1 of Capital is still awaiting its sequel. The most striking feature of the degeneration of the Marxist movement is this particular concern of Marx's. The most fundamental of all was soon abandoned, even by the best of Marxists, in favor of an analysis of, quote, important, end quote, phenomenon. Through this very fact, these analyses were either totally distorted or ended up dealing with very partial aspects of reality, thereby leading to judgments that proved catastrophically wrong. Thus it is striking to see Rosa Luxemburg entitle two large volumes, The Accumulation of Capital, in which she totally ignores what this process of accumulation really signifies in the concrete relations of production. Her concern in these volumes was solely with the possibility of an overall equilibrium between production and consumption, and she finally came to believe that she had discovered in capitalism a process of automatic collapse, an idea, needless to say, that is concretely false and a priori absurd. It is just as striking to see Lenin, in his Imperialism, start from the correct and fundamental observation that the concentration of capital has reached the stage of domination by monopolies, and yet neglect the transformation in the capitalist factory relations of production that results precisely from such concentration. At the same time, Lenin ignored the crucial phenomenon of the constitution of an enormous apparatus managing production, which is henceforth to incarnate exploitation. He preferred to see the main consequences of the concentration of capital in the transformation of capitalists into, quote, coupon clipping, end quote, rentiers. The working class movement is still paying the consequences of this way of looking at things. Insofar as ideas play a role in history, Khrushchev is in power in Russia as a byproduct of the conception of that exploitation. Insofar as ideas play a role in history, Khrushchev is in power in Russia as a byproduct of the conception that exploitation can only take the form of coupon clipping. But we must go back even further. We must go back to Marx himself. Marx shed a great deal of light on the alienation of the producer's experience in the course of the capitalist production process, and on the enslavement of man by the mechanical universe he has created. But Marx's analysis is at times incomplete in that he sees only alienation in all this. In Capital, as opposed to Marx's early writings, it is hardly brought out at all that the worker is, and can only be, the positive vehicle of capitalist production, which is obliged to base itself on him as such, and to develop him as such, while simultaneously seeking to reduce him to an automaton, and, at the limit, to drive him out of production altogether. Because of this, the analysis fails to perceive that the primary crisis of capitalism is the crisis at the point of production. Due to the simultaneous existence of two contradictory tendencies, neither of which could disappear without the whole system collapsing, Marx shows in Capitalism, quote, despotism in the workshop and anarchy in society, end quote, instead of seeing it as both despotism and anarchy in both workshop and society. Instead of seeing it as both, this leads him to look for the crisis of capitalism not in production itself, except insofar as capitalist production develops, quote, oppression, misery, degradation, but also revolt, end quote, and the numerical strength of the proletariat. But in such factors as overproduction and the falling rate of profit, Marx therefore fails to see that as long as this type of work persists, this crisis will persist with all it entails. And this not only whatever the system of property, but also whatever the nature of the state, and finally whatever even the system of management of production. In certain passages of Capital, Marx is thus led to see in modern production only the fact that the producer is mutilated and reduced to a, quote, fragment of a man, end quote. This is true as much as the contrary. And what is more serious, to link this aspect to modern production and finally to production as such, instead of linking it to capitalist technology. Marx implies that the basis of this state of affairs is modern production as such, a stage in the development of technique about which nothing can be done, the famous, quote, realm of necessity, end quote. Thus the takeover of society by the producers, socialism, at times comes to mean for Marx only an external change in political and economic management, a change that would leave intact the structure of work and simply reform work's more, quote, inhumane, end quote, aspects. This idea is clearly expressed in the famous passage of Volume 3 of Capital, where Marx, speaking of socialist society, says, quote, in fact, the realm of freedom actually begins only where labor which is determined by necessity and mundane considerations ceases. Thus, in the very nature of things, it lies beyond the sphere of actual material production. Freedom in this field can only consist in socialized man, the associated producers, rationally regulating their interchange with nature, bringing nature under their common control instead of being ruled by nature, and achieving this with the least expenditure of energy and under conditions most favorable to and worthy of their human nature. But it nonetheless still remains a realm of necessity. Beyond it begins the true realm of freedom, which, however, can blossom forth only with this real realm of necessity as its basis. The shortening of the working day is its basic prerequisite. End quote. Marx. If it is true that, quote, the realm of freedom actually begins only where labor which is determined by necessity and mundane considerations ceases, end quote, it is strange to read from the pen of the man who wrote that, quote, industry is the open book of human faculties, end quote, that freedom, quote, thus, end quote, could only be found outside of labor. The proper conclusion, which Marx himself draws in certain other places, is that the realm of freedom begins when labor becomes free activity, both in what motivates it and in its content. In the current way of looking at things, however, freedom is what is not work. It is what surrounds work. It is either, quote, free time, end quote, reduction of the working day, or, quote, rational regulation, end quote, common control, end quote, of exchanges with nature, which minimize human effort and preserve human dignity. In this perspective, the shortening of the working day certainly becomes a, quote, basic prerequisite, end quote, as mankind would only be free in its leisure. The reduction of the working day is in fact important. Not for this reason, however, but because it will allow people to achieve a balance between their various types of activity. And at the limit, the, quote, ideal, end quote, communism, is not the reduction of the working day to zero, but the free determination by each of the nature and extent of his work. Socialist society will be able to reduce the length of the working day, and will have to do so. But this will not be socialist society's fundamental preoccupation. Its first task will be to tackle, quote, the realm of necessity, end quote, as such, to transform the very nature of work. The problem is not to leave more and more, quote, free, end quote, time to individuals, which might well only be empty time, so they will fill it at will with, quote, poetry, end quote, or the carving of wood. The problem is to make all a time of liberty, and to allow concrete freedom to embody itself in creative activity. The problem is to put poetry into work. Strictly speaking, poetry means creation. That's interesting. That's something that the situationists seem to go on to say. They say put revolution at the service of poetry, as opposed to putting poetry at the service of revolution. In various related conceptions, it seems to be said something like that here. The problem is to put poetry into work. Anyway, strictly speaking, poetry means creation. Production is not something negative that has to be limited as such as much as possible for mankind to fulfill itself in its leisure. The instauration of autonomy is also, and in the first place, the instauration of autonomy in work. Underlying the idea that freedom is to be found, quote, outside the sphere of actual material production, end quote, there lies a double error. First, that the very nature of technique and of modern production renders inevitable the domination of the productive process over the producer in the course of his work. Second, that technique, and in particular modern technique, follows an autonomous development, before which one can only bow down. Modern technique would moreover possess the double attribute of, on the one hand, constantly reducing the human role in production, and, on the other, of constantly increasing the productivity of labor. From these two inexplicitly combined attributes would result a miraculous dialectic of technical progress. More and more a slave in the course of work, man would be in a position to reduce enormously the length of work, if only he could succeed in organizing society rationally. We have already shown, however, that there is not an autonomous development of technique in its application to the production process, i.e. of technology. Of the sum total of technologies that scientific and technical development makes possible at any given point in time, capitalist society brings to fulfillment those ones that correspond most closely with its structure, and that best permit capital to struggle against labor. It is generally believed that the application of this or that invention to production depends on its economic profitability. But there is no such thing as neutral, quote, profitability, end quote. The class struggle in the factory is the main factor determining, quote, profitability, end quote. A given invention will be preferred to another by a factory management if, other things being equal, it enhances the, quote, independent, end quote, progress of production, freeing it from interference by the producers. The increasing enslavement of people in production flows essentially from this process, and not from some mysterious curse inherent in a given phase of technological development. There is, moreover, no magical dialectic of slavery and productivity. Productivity increases as a function of the enormous scientific and technical advancements that are at the basis of modern production, and it increases despite the slavery, and not because of it. Slavery implies an enormous amount of waste, but to the fact that people only contribute to production an infinitesimal fraction of their potential abilities. We are passing no a priori judgment on what these faculties might be. However low they may estimate these faculties, Mr. Dreyfus and Mr. Khrushchev would have to admit that their own particular way of organizing production only tap an infinitesimal fraction of their potential. Socialist society, therefore, will not be afflicted with any kind of technical curse. Having abolished bureaucratic capitalist relationships, it will tackle at the same time the technological structure of production, which is both the basis of these relationships and their ever-renewed product. Workers' management, the factory, bracket, functions, end bracket. It is well known that workers can organize their own work at the level of a workshop or of part of a factory. Bourgeois industrial sociologists not only recognize this fact, but point out that, quote, primary groups, end quote, of workers often get on with their job better if management leaves them alone and doesn't constantly try to, quote, direct, end quote, them. How can the work of these various, quote, primary groups, end quote, or of various shops and sections be coordinated? Bourgeois theoreticians stress that the present managerial apparatus, whose formal job it is to ensure such coordination, is not really up to the task. It has no real grip on the workers and is itself torn by internal conflicts. But having, quote, demolished, end quote, the present setup by their criticisms, these modern industrial sociologists have nothing to put in its place. And as beyond the, quote, primary, end quote, organization of production, there has to be a, quote, secondary, end quote, organization, they finally fall back on the existing bureaucratic apparatus, exhorting it to, quote, understand, to, quote, improve itself, to, quote, trust people more, end quote, etc. The same can be said at another level of, quote, democratically reformed, end quote, or, quote, de-Stalinized, end quote, Russian leaders. What no one seems prepared to recognize or even to admit is the capacity of working people to manage their own affairs outside a very narrow radius. The bureaucratic mind cannot see in the mass of workers employed in a factory or an office an active subject capable of managing and organizing. In the eyes of those in authority, both East and West, as soon as one gets beyond a group of 10, 15, or 20 individuals, the crowd begins, the mob, the thousand-headed hydra that cannot act collectively, or that could only act collectively in the display of collective delirium or hysteria. They believe that only a managerial apparatus specifically designed for this purpose, and endowed, of course, with coercive functions, can master and, quote, organize, end quote, this mass. The inconsistencies and shortcomings of the present managerial apparatus are such that even today, individual workers or, quote, primary groups, end quote, are obliged to take on quite a number of coordinating tasks. Moreover, historical experience shows that the working class is quite capable of managing whole enterprises. In Spain in 1936 and 1937, workers ran the factories. In Budapest in 1956, according to the accounts of Hungarian refugees, big bakeries employing hundreds of workers carried on during and immediately after the insurrection. They worked better than ever before under workers' self-management. Many such examples could be cited. The most useful way of discussing this problem is not to weigh up, in the abstract, the, quote, self-managerial capacities, end quote, of the working class. It is to examine the specific functions of the present managerial apparatus and to see which of them retain meaning in a socialist enterprise and how they can be carried out there. Present managerial functions are of four main types, and we will discuss them in turn. 1. Coercive functions. These functions and the jobs that go along with them, supervisors, foremen, part of the, quote, personnel, end quote, department, will be done away with purely and simply. Each group of workers is quite capable of disciplining itself. It also is capable of granting authority to people drawn from its own ranks should it feel this to be needed for carrying out of a particular job. 2. Administrative functions, end bracket. These relate to jobs that, in themselves, are in no way managerial in character, but involve rather the execution of tasks necessary to the functioning of the company without being directly connected with the manufacturing process. Most of these jobs are now carried out in, quote, offices, end quote. Among them are accountancy and the, quote, commercial and, quote, general services of the company. The development of modern production has divided up, compartmentalized, and socialized this work, just as it has done to production itself. 9/10 of people working in offices attached to factories carry out compartmentalized tasks of execution. Throughout their life, they will do little else. Important changes will have to be brought about here. The capitalist structure of the factory generally results in considerable overstaffing of these areas, and a socialist reorganization probably will result in a substantial saving of labor in these fields. Some of these departments will not only diminish in size, but will witness a radical transformation of their functions. In the last few years, quote, commercial services, end quote, have everywhere grown enormously. In a planned socialist economy, they will be concerned mainly with the bookkeeping aspects of obtaining supplies and making deliveries. They will be in contact with similar departments in supply factories and with stores that sell to consumers. Once the necessary transformations have been brought about, offices will be considered, quote, workshops, end quote, like all others, organizing their own work and keeping in contact with other shops for purposes of coordination. They will enjoy no particular rights by virtue of the nature of their work. They have, in fact, no such rights today. And it is as a result of other factors, the division between manual and, quote, intellectual, end quote, labor, the more pronounced hierarchy found in offices. The individuals heading up these departments sometimes can rise to the summit of the genuine, quote, management, end quote, of the company. 3. Technical functions, end bracket. These are at present carried out by people ranging from consultant engineers to draftsmen. Here, too, modern industry has created a, quote, collective, end quote, apparatus in which work is divided up and socialized, and which is made up 9/10 of executives working in compartmentalized jobs. But while pointing this out in relation to what goes on within these particular departments, we must recognize too that these departments carry out managerial functions in relation to the rest of the factories, areas directly related to production. Once production targets have been set, it is this collective technical apparatus that selects, or is charged with selecting, the appropriate ways and means, looks into the necessary changes in tooling, determines the sequence and details of various operations, etc. In theory, the production areas merely cut out the instructions issued from the technical departments. Supposedly, a complete separation exists between those who draw up the plans and those who are charged with carrying them out under the concrete conditions of mass production. Up to a point, all this is based on something real. Today, both specialization and technical and scientific competence are the privilege of a minority. But it does not follow at all that the best way to use this expertise is to leave it to the, quote, experts, end quote, to decide everything about the production process. Competence is, by definition, restricted in its scope. Outside his particular sector, or outside the particular process he is familiar with, the technician is no better equipped to make a responsible decision than anyone else. Even within his own field, his viewpoint is inevitably limited. He will often know little about other sectors and may tend to minimize their importance, although these sectors have a definite bearing on his own. Moreover, and this is more important, the technician is separated from the real process of production. This separation is a source of waste and conflict in capitalist factories. It will be abolished only when quote technical and quote productive staff begin to cooperate thoroughly. This cooperation will be based on joint decisions made by technicians and by those who will be working on a given task. Together they will decide on the methods and means to be used. Will such cooperation work smoothly? There is no intrinsic reason why insurmountable obstacles should arise. The workers will have no interest in challenging an answer that the technician, in his capacity as a technician, may give to purely technical problems. And if there are disagreements, these will rapidly be resolved in practice. The field of production allows for almost immediate verification of what this or that person proposes. That for this or that part of or tool, a certain type of metallic compound would be preferable, given a certain state of knowledge and certain conditions of production, cannot and will not be a matter of controversy. But the answers provided by technique establish only a general framework. They suggest only some of the elements that will, in practice, influence the concrete production process. Within this given framework, there will be a multitude of ways to organize this process. The choice will have to take into account, on the one hand, certain general considerations of, quote, economy, end quote, economy of labor, of energy, of raw material, of plant, and, on the other hand, and this is much more important, considerations relating to the fate of man in production. And on these questions, by definition, the only people who can decide are those directly involved. In this area, the specific competence of the technician as a technician is nil. In other words, what we are challenging deep down is the whole concept of a technique capable of organizing people from the outside. Such an idea is as absurd as the idea of a psychoanalytic session in which the patient would not appear, thus making psychoanalysis into just a, quote, technique, end quote, in the hands of the analyst. Such techniques are all just techniques of oppression and coercive offering, quote, personal incentives, end quote, which ultimately always remain ineffective. Accordingly, the actual organization of the production process can be vested only in those who perform it. The producers obviously will take into account various technical points suggested by competent technicians. In fact, there obviously will be a permanent process of give and take, if only because the producers themselves will see new ways of organizing the manufacturing process, thereby posing new technical problems concerning which the technicians will in turn have to put forward their comments and evaluations before a joint decision can be made, quote, in full knowledge of the relevant facts, end quote. But the decision, in this case as in others, will be in the hands of the producers, including the technicians, of a given shop, if it only affects a shop, or of the factory as a whole, if it affects the whole factory. The roots of possible conflict between workers and technicians, therefore, are not at all of a technical nature. If such a conflict emerged, it would be a social and political conflict, arising from a possible tendency of the technicians to assume a dominating role, thereby constituting anew a bureaucratic managerial apparatus. What would be the strong and probable evolution of such a tendency? We cannot discuss this problem in any depth. We can only re-emphasize that technicians do not constitute a majority, or even an essential part of the upper strata of modern economic or political management. Incidentally, to become aware of this obvious fact helps one see through the mystificatory character of all those arguments that seek to prove that ordinary people cannot manage production because they lack the, quote, necessary technical capacity, end quote. The vast majority of technicians only occupy subordinate positions. They only carry out compartmentalized work on instructions from above. Those technicians who have, quote, reached the top, end quote, are not there as technicians, but as, quote, managers, end quote, or, quote, organizers, end quote. Modern capitalism is bureaucratic capitalism. It is not, and never will be, a technocratic capitalism. The concept of a technocracy is an empty generalization of superficial sociologists, or a daydream of technicians confronted with their own impotence and with the absurdity of the present system. Technicians do not constitute a separate class. From the formal point of view, technicians are just a category of salaried workers. The evolution of modern capitalism, by increasing their numbers and by transforming them into people who carry out compartmentalized and interchangeable labor, tends to drive them closer to the working class. Counteracting these tendencies, it is true, is their position in the wage and status hierarchies, and also the scanty chances for, quote, moving up, end quote, still open to them. But these channels are gradually being closed as the numbers of technicians increases, and as bureaucratization spreads within its own ranks. In parallel with all this, a kind of revolt is developing among these compartmentalized and bureaucratized technicians as they confront the irrationalities of the system of bureaucratic capitalism and increasingly experience difficulties in giving free rein to their capacities for creative or meaningful work. Some technicians already at the top or on their way there will side squarely with exploiting society. They will be opposed, however, by a growing minority of disaffected colleagues, ready to work with others in overthrowing the system. In the middle, of course, there will be the great majority of technicians, today apathetically accepting their status as slightly privileged employees. The present conservatism suggests that they would not risk a conflict with real power, whatever its nature. The evolution of events can only radicalize them. It is therefore extremely likely that workers' power in the factory, after having swept aside a small number of technical bureaucrats, will find support among a substantial number of other technicians. It should succeed without major conflict in integrating the remainder into the cooperative network of the factory. 4. Bracket. Truly managerial functions, end bracket. The people, quote, consulted, end quote, by a company chairman or managing director before he makes an important decision, usually number less than a dozen, even in the largest of firms. This very narrow stratum of management has two main tasks. On the one hand, it has to make decisions concerning investments, stocks, outputs, etc., in relation to market fluctuations and long-term prospects. On the other hand, it has to, quote, coordinate, end quote, the various differences between various segments of the bureaucratic apparatus. Some of these functions will disappear altogether in a planned economy, in particular those related to the fluctuations of the market, scale of production, levels of investment, etc. Others would be considerably reduced. Coordinating the different shops of a factory would be much easier if the producers organized their own work, and if different groups, shops, or departments could contact each other directly. Still, some functions might be enhanced, such as genuine discussions of what might be possible in the future, or of how to do things, or about the present or future role of the enterprise in the overall development of the economy. Bracket. Institutions, end bracket. Under socialism, quote, managerial, end quote, tasks at a factory level could be carried out by two bodies. A. The Factory Council, composed of delegates from the various shops and offices. all of them elected and instantly revocable. In an enterprise of, say, 5,000 to 10,000 workers, such a council might number 30 to 50 people. The delegates will remain at their jobs. They will meet in full session as often as experience proves it necessary, probably on 1 or 2 half-days a week. They will report back each time to their workmates in shop or office, and anyway they already will have discussed with them the agenda. Rotating groups of delegates will ensure continuity. One of the main tasks of a factory council will be to ensure liaison and to act as a continuous regulating locus between the factory and the, quote, outside world, end quote. B. The General Assembly of all those who work in the plant, whether manual workers, office workers, or technicians. This will be the highest decision-making body for all problems concerning the factory as a whole. Differences or conflicts between various sectors of the factory will be thrashed out at this level. The General Assembly will embody the restoration of direct democracy into what should, in modern society, be its basic unit, the place of work. This assembly will have to ratify all but routine decisions of the factory council. It will be empowered to question, challenge, amend, reject, or endorse any decision made by the council. The General Assembly itself will decide on all sorts of questions to be submitted to the council. The assembly will meet regularly, say on 1 or 2 days each month. There will, in addition, exist procedures for calling such general assemblies, if this is wanted by a given number of workers, shops, or delegates. Bracket. The content of workers' management at factory level, end bracket. What will be the actual content of workers' management at the factory level? The permanent tasks it will have to accomplish. It will help us to discuss this problem if we differentiate schematically between the static and the dynamic aspects of workers' management. Bracket. Immediate content, end bracket. Looked at in a static way, the overall plan might allocate to a given enterprise a target to be achieved within a given period of time. We will examine further on how such targets are to be determined. The general means to be allocated to the enterprise to achieve its target will also be broadly outlined by the plan. For example, the plan will decide that the annual production of a given automobile factory should be so many cars, and that for this purpose such and such a quantity of raw materials, power, machinery, etc. should be made available. At the same time, it will set how many work hours, in other words, the number of workers, since the length of the workday is fixed, will be allocated to achieve this goal. Seen from this angle, workers' management implies that the workers' collective itself will bear the final responsibility for deciding how a proposed target could best be achieved, given the general means available. The task corresponds to the, quote, positive, end quote, functions of the present narrowly based managerial apparatus, which itself will have been superseded. The workers themselves will determine the organization of their work in each shop or department. They will ensure coordination between shops. This will take place through direct contacts whenever it is a question of routine problems or of shops engaged in closely related aspects of the production process. If more important matters arose, they would be discussed and solved by meetings of delegates or by joint gatherings of workers of 2 or more shops or sections. The overall coordination of the work would be undertaken by the factory council and by the general assembly of the factory. Relations with the rest of the economy, as already stated, would be in the hands of the factory council. Under such conditions, autonomy in the production process means the ability to decide how to achieve designated targets with the aid of means that have been defined in general terms. A certain, quote, give and take, end quote, undoubtedly will occur between the, quote, target set, end quote, means to be used, end quote. The plan must in general prescribe these, quote, targets, end quote, means, end quote, for they are the product of other factories. But only the workers of the particular factory can carry out this process of concrete elaboration. By themselves, quote, target sets, end quote, means of production available for achieving them, end quote, do not automatically or exhaustively define all the possible methods that could be used. All the more so since the plan's definition of the means remains highly general and it cannot specify even all the important, quote, details, end quote. Spelling these methods out in detail and deciding exactly how an objective will be achieved with the means provided will be the first area in which workers will exercise their autonomy. It is an important field but a limited one, and it is essential to be fully aware of its limitations. These limitations stem from and define the inevitable framework within which this new type of production will have to begin. It will be the task of socialist production to constantly expand this framework and to constantly push back these limitations on autonomy. Autonomy, envisaged in this static way, is limited first of all in relation to the fixing of targets. True, the workers of a given enterprise will participate in determining the targets of their factory insofar as they participate in the elaboration of the overall plan. But they are not in total or sole control of these targets or objective. In a modern economy, where the production of each enterprise both conditions and is conditioned by that of all the others, the determination of coherent targets cannot be vested in individual enterprises acting in isolation. It must be undertaken by and for all enterprises together, with general viewpoints prevailing over particular ones. Autonomy is also limited in relation to available material means. The workers of a given enterprise cannot in full autonomy determine the means of production they would prefer to use, for these are but the products of other enterprises or factories. Total autonomy for every factory in relation to means would imply that each factory could determine the output of all the others. These various autonomies would immediately cancel each other out. This limitation is, however, less rigid than the first, the limitation in relation to targets. Alterations of its own equipment, as proposed by the user factory, could easily be accommodated by the producer factory without the latter saddling itself with a heavy extra load. On a small scale, this happens even today in integrated engineering factories, car factories for instance, where a substantial part of the tooling utilized in one shop may be made in another shop of the same factory. Close cooperation between plants making machine tools and plants using them could quickly lead to considerable changes in the means of production currently used. Subsequent possibilities. Let us now take a look at workers' management at the factory level in its dynamic aspect, i.e., the function of workers' management in developing and transforming socialist production. More precisely, let us look at how the development and transformation of socialist production will become the primary objective of workers' management. Everything we have suggested so far will now have to be re-examined. In this way, we shall see how the limits to autonomy will gradually be pushed back. The change will be most obvious in relation to the means of production. As we have said, socialist society will attack the problem of how to consciously transform the technology it has inherited from capitalism. Under capitalism, production equipment and more generally the means of production are planned and manufactured independently of the user and of his preferences. Manufacturers, of course, pretend to take the user's viewpoint into account, but this has little to do with the real user, the worker on the shop floor. But equipment is made to be used productively. The viewpoint of the, quote, productive consumers, end quote, i.e. those who will use the equipment to produce the goods, is of primary importance, as the views of those who make the equipment are also important. The problem of the structure of the means of production will only be solved by the vital cooperation of these two categories of workers. In an integrated factory, this involves permanent contacts between the corresponding shops. At the level of the economy as a whole, it will have to take place through the instauration of normal permanent contacts between factories and between sectors of production. This problem is distinct from that of overall planning. General planning is concerned with determining a quantitative framework, so much steel and so many hours of labor at one end, so many consumer goods at the other. It does not have to intervene in the form or the type of intermediate products. Cooperation necessarily will take two forms: the choice and popularization of the best methods and the standardization and rationalization of their use will be achieved through the horizontal cooperation of councils, organized according to branch or sector of industry. For instance, textiles, the chemical industry, engineering, electrical supply, etc. On the other hand, the integration of the viewpoints of those who make and of those who utilize equipment, or more generally, of those who make and those who utilize intermediate products, will require the vertical cooperation of councils representing the successive stages of a productive process. The steel industry and the machine tool and engineering industries, for instance. In both cases, cooperation will have to be organized on a permanent basis through committees of factory council representatives, or wider conferences of producers organized both horizontally and vertically. Considering the problem from this dynamic angle, which ultimately is the only important one, we see at once that the terrain for exercising autonomy has expanded considerably. Already at the level of individual factories, but more significantly at the level of cooperation between factories, the producers are beginning to influence the structure of the means of production. They are, thereby, reaching a position where they are beginning to dominate the work process. They are not only determining its methods, but are now also modifying its technological structure. This fact now begins to alter what we have just said about targets. Three-quarters of gross modern production consist of intermediate products, of, quote, means of production, end quote, in the broadest sense. When producers and users of intermediate products decide together about the means of production, they are participating in a very direct and immediate way in decisions about the objectives of production. The remaining limitation, and it is an important one, flows from the fact that these means of production, whatever their exact nature, are destined in the last analysis to produce consumer goods, and the overall volume of these can only be determined in general terms by the plan. But here, too, looking at things dynamically radically alters one's vision. Modern consumption is characterized by the constant appearance of new products. Factories producing consumer goods will conceive of, receive suggestions about, study, and finally produce such products. This raises the broader problem of contact between producers and consumers. Capitalist society rests on a complete separation of these two aspects of human activity and on the exploitation of the consumer qua consumer. There isn't just monetary exploitation through overcharging and limitations on one's income. Capitalism claims that it can satisfy people's needs better than any other system in history. But in fact, capitalism, if it does not determine these needs themselves, decides upon the method of satisfying them. Consumer preference is only one of numerous variables that can be manipulated by modern sales techniques. The division between producers and consumers appears most glaringly in relation to the quality of goods. This problem is insoluble in any exploiting society, as Daniel Motte's Mothe with an accent dialogue between the human worker and the robot worker shows. Quote, "Do you think this part's important? What is it to you? You can always jam it in somehow," end quote. Those who look only at the surface of things see only a commodity as a commodity. They don't see it in a crystallized moment of the class struggle. They see faults or defects instead of seeing in them the resultant of the worker's constant struggle with himself. Faults or defects embody the worker's struggle against exploitation. They also embody squabbles between different sections of the bureaucracy managing the plant. The elimination of exploitation will of itself bring about a change in all this. At work, people will begin to assert their claims as future consumers of what they are producing. In its early phases, however, socialist society will undoubtedly have to instaurate regular forms of contact, other than the, quote, market, end quote, between producers and consumers. We have assumed, as a starting point for all this, the division of labor inherited from present-day capitalism. But we have also pointed out that, from the very beginning, socialist society cannot survive unless it demolishes this division. This is an enormous subject with which we cannot even begin to deal in this text. Nevertheless, the first benchmarks of a solution can be seen even today. Modern production has destroyed many traditional professional qualifications. It has created universal automatic or semi-automatic machines. It has thereby itself demolished on its own the traditional framework for the industrial division of labor. It has given birth to a universal worker who is capable, after a relatively short apprenticeship, of using most existing machines. Once one gets beyond its class aspects, the, quote, posting, end quote, of workers to particular jobs in a big modern factory corresponds less and less to a genuine division of labor and more to a simple division of tasks. Workers are not allocated to given areas of the productive process and then riveted to them because their, quote, occupational skills, end quote, invariably correspond to the, quote, skills required, end quote, by management. They are placed here rather than there because putting a particular worker in a particular place at a particular time happens to suit the personnel officer or the foreman, or more prosaically, just because a particular vacancy happened to exist. Under socialism, factories would have no reason to accept the artificially rigid division of labor now prevailing. There will be every reason to encourage a rotation of workers between shops and departments, and between production and office areas. Such a rotation will greatly help workers to manage production in full knowledge of the relevant facts, as more and more workers develop first-hand familiarity with what goes on where they work. The same applies to rotation of workers between various enterprises, and in particular between, quote, producing and, quote, utilizing units. The residue of capitalism's division of labor gradually will have to be eliminated. This overlaps with the general problem of education not only of generations to come, but of those adults who were brought up under the previous system. We cannot go into this problem here. Simplification and rationalization of general economic problems. Bracket. Simplification and rationalization of data, end bracket. The functioning of the socialist economy implies that the producers themselves will consciously manage all economic activity. This management will be exercised at all levels, and in particular at the overall or central level. It is completely illusory to believe that either a central bureaucracy left to itself or even a bureaucracy, quote, controlled, end quote, by the workers could guide the economy towards socialism. Such a bureaucracy could only lead society toward new forms of exploitation. It is also wrong to think that, quote, automatic, end quote, objective mechanisms could be established that, like the automatic pilot of a modern jet airplane, could at each moment direct the economy in the desired direction. It is just as impossible for a, quote, enlightened, end quote, bureaucracy, the mechanism of a, quote, true market, end quote, supposedly restored to its pristine and original pre-capitalist purity, or the regulatory control afforded by some electronic supercomputer to achieve such an ideal end. Any plan presupposes a fundamental decision on the rate of growth of the economy, and this in turn depends essentially on decisions concerning the distribution of the social product between investment and consumption. One might add that the rate of economic growth also depends, 1, on technical progress, bracket, but such technical progress is itself critically dependent on the amounts of investment put, directly or indirectly, into research, end bracket, and 2, on the evolution of the labor productivity, bracket. But this hinges on the amount of capital invested per worker and on the level of technique, and these two factors again bring us back to the larger question of investment. More significantly, the productivity of labor depends on the producer's attitude toward the economy. This in turn would center on people's attitude toward the plan, or how its targets were established, on their own involvement and sense of identification with the decisions reached, and in general on factors discussed in this text, end bracket. Now, there is no, quote, objective, end quote, rational basis for determining how to distribute the social product. A decision to invest 0% of the social product is neither more nor less objectively rational than a decision to invest 90% of it. The only rationality in the matter is the choice people make about their own fate, in full knowledge of the relevant facts. The fixing of planned targets by those who will have to fulfill them is, in the last analysis, the only guarantee of their willing and spontaneous participation, and hence of an effective mobilization of individuals around both the management and the expansion of the economy. But this does not mean that the plan and the management of the economy are, quote, just political matters, end quote. Socialist planning will base itself on certain rational technical factors. It is in fact the only type of planning that could integrate such factors in a conscious management of the economy. These factors consist of a number of extremely useful and effective, quote, labor-saving, end quote, and, quote, thought-saving, end quote, devices that can be used to simplify the representation of the economy and its laws, thereby allowing the problems of central economic management to be made accessible to all. Workers' management of production, this time at the level of the economy as a whole and not just at the level of a particular factory, will be possible only if management tasks have been enormously simplified, so that the producers and their collective organs are in a position to judge the key issues in an informed way. What is needed, in other words, is for the vast chaos of today's economic facts and relations to be boiled down to certain propositions that adequately sum up the real problems and choices. These propositions should be few in number. They should be easy to grasp. They should summarize reality without distortion or mystification. If they can do this, they will form an adequate basis for meaningful judgments. A condensation of this type is possible, first because there is at least a rational outline to the economy. Second, because there already exist today certain techniques allowing one to grasp the complexities of economic reality. And finally, because it is now possible to mechanize and to automate all that does not pertain to human decisions in the strict sense. A discussion of the relevant devices, techniques, and possibilities is therefore indispensable, starting right now. They enable us to carry out a vast clearing of ground. Without them, workers' management would collapse under the weight of the very subject matter workers' management ought to be getting a handle on. The content of such a discussion is in no sense a, quote, purely technical, end quote, one, and at each stage we will be guided by the general principles already outlined here. Bracket. The, quote, plan factory, end quote, end bracket. A production plan, whether it deals with one factory or the economy as a whole, is a type of reasoning made up of a great number of secondary arguments. It can be boiled down to two premises and one conclusion. The premises are the material means initially at one's disposal, equipment, stocks, labor, etc., and the target one is aiming at, production of so many specified objects and services within a given period of time. We will refer to these premises as the, quote, initial conditions, end quote, and the, quote, ultimate target, end quote. The, quote, conclusion, end quote, is the path to be followed from initial conditions to ultimate target. In practice, this means a certain number of intermediate products to be made within a given period. We call these conclusions the, quote, intermediate targets, end quote. When passing from simple conditions to a simple ultimate target, the intermediate targets can be determined right away. As the initial conditions or the ultimate targets, or both, become more complex or are more spread out in time, the establishment of intermediate targets becomes more difficult. In the case of the economy as a whole, where there are thousands of different products, many of which can be made by several different processes, and where the manufacture of any given category of products directly or indirectly involves most of the others, one might imagine that the level of complexity makes rational planning, in the sense of an a priori determination of the intermediate targets, given the initial conditions and ultimate target, impossible. The apologists for, quote, free enterprise, end quote, have been proclaiming this doctrine for ages, but it is false. The problem can be solved, and available mathematical techniques in fact allow it to be solved remarkably simply. Once the initial conditions, the economic situation at the start of the planning process, are known, and the ultimate target or targets have been consciously set, all planning work, the determination of the intermediate targets, can be reduced to a purely technical task of execution, capable of being mechanized and automated to a very high degree. The basis of the new method is the concept of the total interdependence of all sectors in the economy. The fact that everything that one sector utilizes in production is itself the product of one or more other sectors. And the converse fact that every product of a given sector will ultimately be utilized or consumed by one or more other sectors. The idea, which goes back to Quenet and which formed the basis of Marx's theory of accumulation, has been vastly developed in the past 20 years by a group of American economists around W. Leontiev. I think it's Vasily Leontiev is his first name. That has succeeded in giving it a statistical formulation that can be applied to a real economy in a state of constant expansion. This interdependence is such that any given moment, for a given level of technique and a given structure of available equipment, the production of each sector is related in a relatively stable manner to the products of other sectors that the first sector utilizes, or, quote, consumes productively, end quote. It is easy to grasp that a given quantity of coal is needed to produce a ton of steel of a given type. Moreover, one will need so much scrap metal or iron ore, so many hours of labor, such and such an expenditure on upkeep and repairs. The ratio, quote, coal used, steel produced, end quote, expressed in terms of value is known as the, quote, current technical coefficient, end quote, determining the productive consumption of coal per unit of steel turned out. If one wants to increase steel production beyond a certain point, it will not help just to go on delivering more coal or more scrap metal to the existing steel mills. New mills will have to be built, or one will have to increase the productive capacity of existing mills. To increase steel output by a given amount, one will have to produce a given amount of specified equipment. The ratio, quote, given amount of specified equipment / steel producing capacity per given period, end quote, again expressed in terms of value, is known as the, quote, technical coefficient of capital, end quote. It determines the quantity of capital utilized per unit of steel produced in a given period. One could stop at this point if one were dealing with a single enterprise. Every firm bases itself on calculations of this sort. In fact, on much more detailed ones. Whenever in making decisions about how much to produce or how much to increase production, it buys raw materials, orders machinery, or recruits labor. But when one looks at the economy as a whole, things change. The interdependence of the various sectors has definite consequences. The increase of production in a given sector has repercussions of varying intensity on all other sectors and finally on the initial sector itself. For example, an increase in the production of steel immediately requires an increase in the production of coal. But this requires both an increase in certain types of mining equipment and the recruitment of more labor into mining. The increased demand for mining equipment in turn requires more steel and more labor in the steel mills. This in turn leads to a demand for still more coal, etc., etc. For their part, newly hired workers get increased wages and therefore they buy more consumer goods of various kinds. The production of these new goods will require such and such an amount of raw materials, new equipment, etc. And, again, more coal and steel. The question of how much the demand for nylon stockings will rise in West Virginia or the Basses Pyrenees if a new blast furnace were to be built in Pennsylvania or the Lorraine is not a joke but one of the central problems to which planners should and can respond. The use of Leontiev's matrices, combined with the modern methods such as Koopman's, quote, activity analysis, end quote, of which, quote, operational research, end quote, is a specific instance, would, in the case of a socialist economy, allow theoretically exact answers to be given to questions of this type. A matrix is a table in which the technical coefficients, both, quote, current technical coefficients, end quote, and, quote, technical coefficients of capital, end quote, expressing the dependence of each sector upon each of the others, are laid out systematically. Every ultimate target that might be chosen is presented as a list of material means to be utilized, and therefore manufactured in specific amounts within the period in question. As soon as the ultimate target is chosen, the solution of a system of simultaneous equations enables one to define immediately all the intermediate targets and therefore the tasks to be fulfilled by each sector of the economy. Solving these problems will be the task of a highly mechanized and automated specific enterprise, whose main work will consist of a veritable, quote, mass production, end quote, of various plans, targets, and of their various components, implications. This enterprise is the plan factory. Its central workshop will, to start with, probably consist of a computer whose, quote, memory, end quote, will store the technical coefficients and the initial productive capacity of each sector. If, quote, fed, end quote, a number of hypothetical targets, the computer will, quote, produce, end quote, the productive implications of each target for each sector, including the amount of work to be provided in each instance by the, quote, manpower, end quote, sector. The division of the economy into some 100 sectors, which roughly correspond to present 1957 computer capacity, is about, quote, halfway, end quote, between its division, bracket, by Marx, end bracket, into two sectors, bracket, consumer goods and means of production, end bracket, and the few thousand sectors that would be required to ensure a perfectly exact representation. Present computer capabilities would probably be sufficient in practice, and could be made more precise even now by tackling the problem in several stages. Around this central workshop, there would be others whose task would be to study the distribution and variations of regional production and investment and possible technical optima, given the general interdependence of the various sectors. They would also determine the unit values, equivalences, of different categories of products. Two departments of the planned factory warrant special mention, the one dealing with stock taking and one dealing with the technical coefficients. The quality of the planning work, when conceived in this way, depends on how much people know about the real state of the economy, since such knowledge forms the basis of all planning work. An accurate solution, in other words, depends on adequate information about the, quote, initial conditions, end quote, and the, quote, technical coefficients, end quote. Industrial and agricultural censuses are carried out at regular intervals, even today, by a number of advanced capitalist countries, but they offer only a very crude basis because they are extremely inaccurate, fragmented, and based on insufficient data. The taking of an up-to-date and complete inventory will be the first task, once the workers take power, and it will require a great deal of serious preparation. It cannot be achieved, quote, by decree, end quote, from one day to the next. Nor, once taken, could such an inventory be considered final. Perfecting that inventory and keeping it up to date will be an ongoing task of the plan factory, working in close cooperation with the departments responsible for industrial stock taking in their own enterprises. The results of this cooperation will constantly modify and, quote, enrich, end quote, the, quote, memory, end quote, of the central computer, which indeed will itself take on a large part of the job. Establishing the, quote, technical coefficients, end quote, will pose similar problems. To start with, it could be done very roughly using certain generally available statistical information. Quote, on average, the textile industry uses so much cotton to produce so much cloth, end quote. But such knowledge soon will have to be made far more precise through information provided by the responsible technical workers in each industry. The data, quote, stores, end quote, in the computer will have to be periodically revised as more accurate knowledge about the technical coefficients, and in particular about the real changes in those coefficients brought about by new technological developments, is brought to light. Such in-depth knowledge of the real state of affairs of the economy, combined with the constant revision of basic physical and technical data, and with the possibility of drawing instantaneous conclusions from them, will result in very considerable, probably enormous gains, though it is difficult at this time to form a precise idea of the extent of these changes. The potentiality of these new computer-assisted techniques have been exploited in particular instances to make considerable improvements upon past practices, thus leading to greater rationality and economic savings. But these potentialities remain untapped in the very area where they could be most usefully applied, that of the economy taken as a whole. Any technical modification in any sector could in principle affect the conditions for profitability and the rational choice of production methods in all other sectors. A socialist economy will be able totally and instantaneously to take advantage of such facts, Capitalist economies take them into account only belatedly and in a very partial way. It will be immediately possible to actually set up such a planned factory in any moderately industrialized country. The necessary equipment already exists. So do the people capable of operating it. Banks and insurance companies, which will be unnecessary under socialism, already use some of these methods in work of this general type. Linking up with mathematicians, statisticians, and econometricians, those who work in such offices could provide initial personnel for the planned factory. Workers' management of production and the requirements of a rational economy will provide a tremendous impetus to the simultaneously, quote, spontaneous/automatic, end quote, conscious, end quote, development of the logical and mechanical aspects of rational planning techniques. Italics. Let us not be misunderstood. The role of the, quote, planned factory, end quote, will not be to decide on the plan, end italics. The targets of the plan will be determined by society as a whole in a manner soon to be described. Before any proposals are voted upon, however, the planned factory will work out and present to society as a whole the implications and consequences of the plan or plans suggested. After a plan has been adopted, the task of the planned factory will be to constantly bring up to date the facts on which the current plan is based, and to draw conclusions from these modifications, informing both the Central Assembly of Councils and the relevant sectors of any alterations in the intermediate targets, and therefore in production tasks that might be worth considering. In none of these instances would those actually working in the planned factory decide anything except, like in every other factory, the organization of their own work. The market for consumer goods. With a fixed set of techniques, the determination of intermediate targets is, as we have just seen, a purely mechanical matter. With constantly and permanently evolving techniques, other problems arise that we will treat later. But what about consumption? In a socialist society, how could people determine what and how much is to be produced? It is obvious that this cannot be based on direct democracy. The plan cannot propose as an ultimate target a complete list of consumer goods or suggest in what proportions they should be produced. Such a proposal would not be democratic for two reasons. First, it can never be based on the, quote, full knowledge of the relevant facts, end quote, namely on a full knowledge of everybody's preferences. Second, it would be tantamount to a pointless tyranny of the majority over the minority. If 40% of the population wish to consume a certain article, there is no reason why they should be deprived of it under the pretext that the other 60% prefer something else. No preference or taste is more logical than any other. Moreover, there is no reason at all to cut short the problem in this way, since consumer wishes are seldom incompatible with one another. Majority votes in this matter would amount to rationing, an irrational and absurd way of settling this kind of problem anywhere but on the raft of Medusa or in a besieged fortress. Planning decisions will relate not to particular items but to the general standard of living, the overall volume of consumption, expressed in terms of the disposable income of each person in a socialist society. They will not delve into the detailed composition of this consumption. Once the overall volume of consumption is defined, one might be tempted to treat its constituent articles of consumption as, quote, intermediate targets, end quote. One might say, quote, when consumers dispose of X amount of income, they will buy Y amount of some particular article, end quote. But this would be an artificial and ultimately erroneous response. In relation to human consumption, deciding on living standards does not involve the same kind of considerations that go into determining how many tons of coal are needed to produce so many tons of steel. There are no, quote, technical coefficients of the consumer, end quote. In actual material production, such coefficients have an intrinsic meaning, but in the realm of consumption they would represent merely a bookkeeping contrivance. Under capitalism, there is of course some statistical correlation between the income and the structure of demand. Without such a correlation, private capitalism could not function. But this is only a very relative affair. It would be turned upside down under socialism. A massive redistribution of incomes will have taken place. Many profound changes will have occurred in every realm of life. The permanent rape of consumers through advertising and capitalist sales techniques will have been abolished. The new taste will have emerged as the result of an increase in free time. Finally, the statistical regularity of consumer demand cannot solve the problem of gaps that might appear within a given period between real demand and that envisaged in the plan. Genuine planning does not mean saying, quote, living standards will go up by 5% next year, and experience tells us that this will result in a 20% increase in the demand for cars, so let's make 20% more cars, end quote, and stopping at that. One will have to start this way where other criteria are missing, but there will have to be powerful correcting mechanisms capable of responding to disparities between anticipated and real demand. Socialist society will have to regulate the pattern of its consumption according to the principle of consumer sovereignty, which implies the existence of a real market for consumer goods. The, quote, general decision, end quote, embodied in the plan will define 1. What proportion of its overall product society wishes to devote to the satisfaction of individual consumer needs. 2. What proportion it would like to allocate to collective needs, quote, public consumption, end quote. And 3. What proportion it wants to apply to the development of the productive forces, i.e. investment. But the structure of consumption will have to be determined by the demand of consumers themselves. How would this market operate? How could a mutual adaptation of supply and demand come about? First, there would have to be an overall equilibrium. The sum total of income distributed in any period, quote, wages, retirement funds, and other benefits, will have to be equal to the value of consumer goods, quantities times prices, made available in that period. A, quote, empirical, end quote, initial decision will have to be made in order to provide at least a skeleton for the structure of consumption. This initial decision will be based on traditionally, quote, known, end quote, statistical data, but in full knowledge of the fact that these will have to be extensively modified by taking into account a whole series of new factors, such as the equalization of wages, for instance. Stocks of various commodities in excess of what might be expected to be consumed in a given period will initially have to be scheduled for. 3, quote, corrective, end quote, processes will then come into play, and the net result of which will be shown immediately Three, quote, corrective, end quote, processes will then come into play, the net result of which will be to show immediately any gap between anticipated and real demand, and then to bridge it. 1. Available stocks will either rise or fall. 2. According to whether the reserve stocks decreased or increased, i.e. according to whether demand had been initially underestimated or overestimated. There will be an initial rise or fall in the price of the various commodities. The reason for these temporary price fluctuations will have to be fully explained to the public. Meanwhile, there will be an immediate readjustment in the structure for producing consumer goods to the level where, the stocks having been replenished, the production of goods equals
the demand. At that moment, the sale price would again become equal to the, quote, normal price, end quote, of the product. Given the principle of consumer sovereignty, any difference between actual demand and the amount of production scheduled will have to be corrected by a modification in the structure of production, and not by resorting to the instauration of permanent differences between selling prices and normal prices. If such differences were to appear, they would imply ipso facto that the original planning decision was wrong in this particular field. Money, prices, wages, and value. Many absurdities have been spoken about money and money's immediate abolition in a socialist society. It should be clear, however, that the role of money is radically transformed from the moment it no longer can be used as a means of accumulation, the means of production being owned in common, or as a means of exerting social pressure, wages being equal. People will receive a token in return for what they put into society. These, quote, tokens, end quote, will take the form of units, allowing people to organize what they take out of society, spread it out, one, in time, and two, between different objects and services exactly as they wish. As we are seeking here to come to grips with realities and are not fighting against words, we see no objection to calling these tokens, quote, wages, end quote, and these units, quote, money, end quote. Just as little earlier we used the words, quote, normal prices, end quote, to describe the monetary expression of labor value. Labor value includes, of course, the actual social cost of the equipment utilized in the period considered. Bracket, for some working out of labor values by the matrix method, for the working out of labor values by the matrix method, see Article DC in Socialisme ou Barbarie, 12, August 1953. The adoption of labor value as a yardstick is equivalent to what academic economists call, quote, normal long-term cost, end quote. The viewpoint expressed in this text corresponds to Marx's, which is in general attacked by academic economists, even, quote, socialist, end quote, ones. For them, quote, marginal cost, end quote, would determine prices. See, for instance, Joan Robinson's An Essay on Marxian Economics. We cannot go into this discussion here. All we can say is that the application of the principle of marginal cost would mean that the price of a plane ticket between Paris and New York would at times be zero and at other times equivalent to the whole aircraft. Under socialism, labor value will be the only rational basis for any kind of social accountancy and the only yardstick having any real meaning for people. As such, it necessarily will serve as the foundation for calculating profitability in the sphere of socialist production. The main objective of making such calculations will be to reduce both the direct and indirect costs of human labor power. Setting the prices of consumer goods on the basis of their labor value would mean that for each person the cost of consumer objects will clearly appear as the equivalent of the labor he himself would have had to expend to produce them, assuming he has both access to the average prevailing equipment and an average social capacity. It would both simplify and clarify things if the monetary unit was considered the, quote, net product of an hour of labor, end quote, and if this were made the unit of value. It would also be helpful if the hourly wage, equal for all, were a given fraction of this unit expressing the ratio private consumption divided by total net production. If these steps were taken and thoroughly explained, they would enable the fundamental planning decision, namely, the distribution of the social product between consumption and investment, to be immediately obvious to everyone, and repeatedly drawn to people's attention every time anyone bought anything, Equally obvious would be the social cost of every object acquired. Absolute wage equality. Whenever they succeed in expressing themselves independently of the trade union bureaucracy, the working class aspirations and demands increasingly are directed against hierarchy and wage differentials. Basing itself on this fact, socialist society will introduce absolute equality in the area of wages. There is no justification other than naked exploitation for wage differentials, whether those reflect differing professional qualifications or differences in productivity. If an individual himself advances the cost of his professional training, and if society considers him, quote, an enterprise, end quote, the recuperation of those costs spread out over a working lifetime would at most, quote, justify, end quote, at the extremes of the wage spectrum, a differential of 2-to-1 between sweeper and neurosurgeon. Under socialism, training costs will be advanced by society. They often are, even today, and the question of their, quote, recovery, end quote, will not arise. As for productivity, it depends, already today, much less on bonuses and incentives, and much more on the coercions exercised, on the one hand by machines and supervisors, and on the other by the discipline of production imposed by primary working groups in the workshop. Socialist society could not increase productivity by economic constraints without resorting again to all the capitalist paraphernalia of norms, supervision, etc. Labor discipline will flow, as it already does in part today, from the self-organization of primary groups in each workshop, from the mutual cooperation and supervision among the factory's different workshops, from gatherings of producers in different factories or different sectors of the economy. As a general rule, the primary group in a workshop ensures the discipline of any particular individual. Anyone who proves incorrigible can be made to leave that particular shop. It would then be up to this recalcitrant individual to seek entry into another primary group of workers and to get accepted by them or else remain jobless. Wage equality will give a real meaning to the market in consumer goods. Every individual being assured for the first time of an equal vote. It will abolish countless conflicts, both in everyday life and in production, and will enable there to develop an extraordinary cohesion among working people. It will destroy at its very roots the whole mercantile monstrosity of capitalism, both private and bureaucratic. The commercialization of individuals, the whole universe where one does not earn what one is worth, but where one is worth what one earns. A few years of wage equality with little will be left of the present-day mentality of individuals. The fundamental decision. The fundamental decision in a socialist economy is the one whereby society as a whole determines what it wants, i.e., the ultimate targets of its plan. This discussion concerns two basic propositions. Given the, quote, given the, quote, initial conditions, end quote, of the economy, how much time does society want to devote to production? How much of the total product does it want to devote respectively to private consumption, public consumption, and investment? In both private and bureaucratic capitalist societies, the amount of time one has to work is determined by the ruling class by means of direct physical constraints, as was the case until quite recently in Russian factories or economic ones. No one is consulted about the matter. Socialist society taken as a whole will not escape the impact of certain economic constraints, in the sense that any decision to modify labor time will, other things being equal, have a bearing on production. But it will differ from all previous societies in that for the first time in history, people will be able to decide about work in full knowledge of the relevant facts, with the basic elements of the problem clearly presented to them. Socialist society will also be the first society capable of rationally deciding how society's products should be divided between consumption and investment. We leave aside for now the problem of public consumption. Under private capitalism, this distribution takes place in an absolutely blind fashion, and one would seek in vain any, quote, rationality, end quote, underlying what determines investment. In his major work, which is devoted to this theme, and after a moderate use of differential equations, Keynes comes up with the conclusion that the main determinants of investment are the, quote, animal spirits, end quote, of entrepreneurs. The general theory of employment, interest, and money. Oh, sorry, that's the, never mind. The idea that the value of investment is primarily determined by the rate of interest, and that the latter results from the interplay of the, quote, real forces of productivity and thrift, end quote, was long ago demolished by academic economists themselves. See, for example, Joan Robinson's The Rate of Interest and other essays. In bureaucratic capitalist societies, the volume of investment is also decided quite arbitrarily, and the central bureaucracy in these societies has never been able to justify its choices except through monotonous recitations of litanies about the, quote, priority of heavy industry, end quote. One would seek in vain through the voluminous writings of Mr. Charles Bettelheim for any attempt to justify the rate of accumulation, quote, chosen, end quote, by the Russian bureaucracy. The, quote, socialism, end quote, of such, quote, theoreticians, end quote, not only implies that Stalin, bracket, or Khrushchev, end bracket, alone can know. The quote, socialism, end quote, of such, quote, theoreticians, end quote, not only implies that Stalin, bracket, or Khrushchev, end bracket, alone can know. It also implies that such knowledge, by its very nature, cannot be communicated to the rest of humanity. In another country and in other times, this was known as the Führerprinzip. Even if there were a rational, quote, objective, end quote, basis for making a central decision on this matter, the decision arrived at would be ipso facto irrational if it was reached in the absence of those primarily concerned, namely, the members of society. Any decision made in this way would reproduce the basic contradiction of all exploiting regimes. It would treat people in the plan as just one variable of predictable behavior among others and as theoretical, quote, objects, end quote. It would treat people in the plan as just one variable of predictable behavior among others and as theoretical, quote, objects, end quote. It would soon lead to treating them as objects in real life, too. Such a policy would contain the seeds of its own failure. Instead of encouraging the participation of the producers in the carrying out of the plan, it would irrevocably alienate them from a plan that was not of their choosing. There is no, quote, objective, end quote, rationality allowing one to decide, by means of mathematical formulas, about the future of society, work, consumption, and accumulation. The only rationality in these realms is the living reason of mankind, the decisions of ordinary people concerning their own fate. But these decisions will not come from a toss of the dice. They will be based upon a complete clarification of the problems, and they will be made in full knowledge of the relevant facts. This will be possible because there exists, for any given level of technique, a definite relation between a given amount of investment and the resulting increase in production. This relation is nothing other than the application to the economy as a whole of the, quote, technical coefficients of capital, end quote, we spoke of earlier. A given investment in steelworks will result in such and such an increase in the steelworks turnout, and a given overall investment in production will result in such and such a net increase in the overall social product. Therefore, a certain rate of accumulation will allow a certain rate of increase of the social product, and therefore of the standard of living or of the amount of leisure. Finally, a particular fraction of the product devoted to accumulation will also result in a particular rate of increase of living standards. The overall problem can therefore be posed in the following terms. A large immediate increase in consumption is possible, but it would imply a significant cutback on further increases in the years to come. On the other hand, people might prefer to choose a more limited immediate increase in living standards, which would allow the social product and hence living standards to increase at the rate of X% per annum in the years to come, and so on. Quote, the antinomy between the present and the future, end quote, to which the apologists of private capitalism and of the bureaucracy are constantly referring, would still be with us, but it would be laid out clearly. And society itself would settle the matter, fully aware of the setting and of the implications of its decision. This net increase in the social product of which we have spoken obviously is not just the sum of the increases in each sector. Several elements must be added up or be subtracted before one can pass from one to the other. For instance, there would be the, quote, intermediate utilization, end quote, of the products of each sector, and the, quote, external economies, end quote, bracket, investment in a given sector, by abolishing a bottleneck, could allow the better use of the productive capacities of other sectors that, although already established, were being wasted hitherto, end bracket. Working out these net increases presents no particular difficulties. They are calculated automatically, at the same time as one works out the, quote, intermediate objectives, end quote, bracket, mathematically. The solution to one problem immediately provides the solution to the other, end bracket. We have discussed the problem of how to determine the overall volume of investment. We can only touch on the problem of the choice of particular investments. Allocation of investments by sectors is automatic once the final investment is determined, bracket, a given level of final consumption directly or indirectly implies such and such an amount of productive capacity in each sector, end bracket. The choice of a given type of investment from among several producing the same result could only depend on such considerations as the effect that a given type of equipment would have on those who would have to use it. And here, from all we have said, their own viewpoint would be decisive. From this point of view, when two comparable types of machinery are examined, bracket, thermal and hydroelectric power stations, for example, end bracket, the criterion of profitability still applies. Here, where a, quote, accounting book, end quote, interest rate is used to make one's calculations, socialist society will still be superior to a capitalist economy. For this, quote, rate of interest, end quote, the former will use the rate of expansion of its own economy, it can be shown. Von Neumann did it in 1937, that these two rates ought necessarily to be identical in a rational economy. In conclusion, and to sum up, one could say that any overall plan submitted to the people for discussion would have to specify 1. The productive implications for each sector of industry, and as far as possible the tasks to be completed by each enterprise. 2. The amount of work involved for everybody. 3. The level of consumption during the initial period. 4. The amount of resources to be devoted to public consumption and to investment. And 5. The rate of increase of future consumption. To simplify things, we have at times presented the decisions about ultimate and intermediate targets, i.e., the implications of the plan concerning specific areas of production, as two separate and consecutive acts. In practice, there would be a continuous give and take between these two phases, and a plurality of proposals. The producers will be in no position to decide on ultimate targets unless they know what the implications of particular targets are for themselves, not only as consumers but as producers. working in a specific factory. Moreover, there is no such thing as a decision made in full knowledge of the relevant facts if that decision is not founded on a spectrum of choices, each with its particular implications. The fundamental process of decision, therefore, will be the following form. Starting from below, there would be discussions in the General Assemblies. Initial proposals would emanate from the workers' councils of various enterprises and would deal with their own productive possibilities in the period to come. The plan would then regroup these various proposals, pointing out which ones were mutually incompatible or entailed undesirable effects on other sectors. It would elaborate a series of achievable targets, grouping them as far as possible in terms of their concrete implications. Proposal A implies that Factory X will increase production by R% next year with the help of additional equipment Y. Proposal B, on the other hand, implies ... There would then be a full discussion of the various overall proposals throughout the General Assemblies and by all the workers' councils, possibly with counter-proposals and a repetition of the procedure described. A final discussion would then lead to simple majority vote in the General Assemblies of each enterprise. The management of the economy. We have spelled out the implications of workers' management at the level of a particular factory. These consist in the abolition of any separate managerial apparatus and of the performance of managerial jobs by the workers themselves. Organized in workers' councils and in general assemblies of one or more shops or offices or of a whole enterprise. Workers' management of the economy as a whole also implies that the management of the economy is not vested in the hands of a specific managerial stratum, but belongs instead to organized collectivities of producers. We have outlined in the previous section how that democratic management is perfectly feasible. Its basic assumption is the clarification of data and people's utilization of what modern techniques have now made possible. It implies the conscious use of a series of devices and mechanisms such as a genuine consumer, quote, market, end quote, wage equality, the connections established between price and value, and of course the planned factory, combined with real knowledge concerning economic reality. Together these will help clear the ground. The major part of planning is just made up of tasks of execution and could safely be left to highly mechanized or automated offices, which would have no political or decisional role whatsoever, and would confine themselves to placing before society a variety of feasible plans and their full respective implications for everyone, both from the standpoint of production and from that of consumption. This general clearing of the ground having been achieved, and coherent possibilities having been presented to the people, the final choice will lie in their hands. Everyone will participate in deciding the ultimate targets, quote, in full knowledge of the relevant facts, end quote, i.e., knowing the implications of his choice for himself, both as producer and as consumer. The elements of the plan will begin as proposals emanating from various enterprises. They will be elaborated by the plan factory as a series of possible compatible plans. Finally, this spectrum of plans will be brought back before the general assemblies of each enterprise where they will be discussed and voted on. Once adopted, a given plan provides the framework of economic activities for a given period of time. It establishes a starting point for economic life, but in socialist society, the plan will not dominate economic life. It is only a starting point to be constantly re-examined and modified as necessary. Neither the economic life of society nor its life overall can be based on a dead technical rationality, given once and for all. Society cannot alienate itself from its own decisions. It is not only that real life will almost of necessity diverge in many aspects from the quote, most perfect end quote, plan in the world. It is also that the worker's self-managerial activity will constantly need to alter, both directly and indirectly, the basic data and targets of the plan. New products, new means of production, new methods, new problems, new difficulties, and new solutions will constantly be emerging. Working times will be reduced, prices will fall, entailing consumer reactions and displacements of demand. Some of these modifications will affect only a single factory, others several factories, and yet others, no doubt, the economy as a whole. From this angle, and if they weren't false in the first place, Russian figures that show that year after year the targets of the plan have been fulfilled to 101% would provide the severest possible indictment of the Russian economy and of Russian society. They would signify, in effect, that during a given 5-year period, nothing happened in the country, that not a single new idea arose in anyone's mind, or else that Stalin, in his wisdom, had foreseen all such ideas and incorporated them in advance in the plan, allowing, in his kindness, inventors to savor the pleasures of illusory discovery. The quote, plan factory, end quote, therefore will not just operate once every 5 years. It will daily have to tackle some problem or another. All this deals mainly with the form of workers' management of the economy, and with the mechanisms and institutions that will ensure that it functions in a democratic manner. These forms will allow a society to give to management of the economy the content it chooses. In a narrower sense, they will enable society to orient economic development freely. The content of the management of the economy. Everything we have said indicates that the direction chosen will be radically different from that proposed by the best-intentioned ideologists or philanthropists of modern society. All such ideologists, whether, quote, Marxist, end quote, or bourgeois, accept as self-evident that the ideal economy is one that allows the most rapid possible expansion of the productive forces, and, as a corollary, the greatest possible reduction of the working day. This idea, considered in absolute terms, is absolutely absurd. It epitomizes the whole mentality, psychology, logic, and metaphysics of capitalism, its reality as well as its schizophrenia. Quote, work is hell, it must be reduced, end quote. Mr. Harold Wilson, who was the Labor Prime Minister, I believe, at this time, I'm not exactly sure, Labor politician of some kind, I don't know whether he was a Prime Minister or not, and Mr. Nikita Khrushchev have nothing to offer people besides cars and butter. The population must therefore be made to feel that it can only be happy if the roads are choked with cars, or if it can, quote, catch up with American butter production within the next 3 years, end quote. And when people acquire the said cars and the said butter, all that will be left for them to do will be to commit suicide, which is just what they do in the, quote, ideal, end quote, country called Sweden. This, quote, acquisitive, end quote, mentality that capitalism engenders, which engenders capitalism without which capitalism could not operate, and which capitalism pushes to the point of paroxysm, might just conceivably have been a useful aberration during a certain phase of human development. But this way of thinking will die along with capitalism. Socialist society will not be this absurd race after percentage increments in production. This will not be in its basic concern. In its initial phase, to be sure, socialist society will concern itself with satisfying consumer needs and with a more balanced allocation of people's time between production and other activities. But the development of people and of social communities will be socialism's central preoccupation. A very significant part of social investment will therefore be geared toward transforming machinery, toward a universal education, toward abolishing divisions between town and country, the growth of freedom within work,
the development of the creative faculties of the producers, the creation of integrated and complete human communities will be the paths along which socialist humanity will seek the meaning of its existence. These will, in addition, enable socialism to secure the material basis it requires. The management of society. We have already discussed the type of change that will be brought about by the, quote, vertical and, quote, horizontal cooperation of workers' councils, a cooperation secured through industrial councils composed of delegates from various places of work. A similar regional cooperation will have to be instaurated through councils representing all the units of a region. Cooperation, finally, will be necessary on a national level for all the activities of society, whether they are economic or not. A central organ that will be the expression of the workers themselves will be needed in order to ensure the general tasks of economic coordination, inasmuch as they were not dealt with by the plan itself, or more precisely, inasmuch as the plan will have to be frequently or constantly amended. The very decision to suggest that it should be amended would have to be initiated by someone. Such a body will also coordinate activities in other areas of social life that have little or nothing to do with general economic planning. The central body will be the direct emanation of the workers' councils and the local general assemblies themselves. It will consist of central assembly of delegates. The assembly itself will elect from within its own ranks a central council called the, quote, government, end quote. The network of general assemblies and councils is all that is left of the state or of power in a socialist society. It is the whole state and the only embodiment of power. There are no other institutions that could manage, direct, or make binding decisions about people's lives. To convince people that there would be no other, quote, state, end quote, lurking in the background, we must show, 1, that such a pattern of organization can embrace the entire population of the nation, not just an industry, and 2, that institutions of the type described can organize, direct, and coordinate all those social activities that the population felt needed to be organized, directed, and coordinated, in particular non-economic activities. In other words, they could fulfill all the functions needed of a socialist, quote, state, end quote, which should not be confused with those of a modern state. We will then have to discuss what the significations of the, quote, state, end quote, parties, and, quote, politics would be in such a society. The councils, exclusive and exhaustive form of organization of the whole population. The setting up of workers' councils will create no particular problems in relation to industry, taking the term in its widest sense to include manufacture, transport, communications, building, mining, energy production, public services, and public works, etc. The revolutionary transformation of society will in fact be based on the establishment of such councils and would be impossible without it. In the post-revolutionary period, however, when the new social relations become the norm, a problem will arise from the need to regroup people working in smaller enterprises. This regrouping will be necessary if only to ensure them their full democratic and representational rights. Initially, it will be based on some compromise between considerations of geographical proximity and considerations of industrial integration. The particular problem is not very important, for even if there are many such small enterprises, the number of those working in them represents only a small proportion of the total industrial workforce. Paradoxically as it may seem, the self-organization of the population into councils could proceed as naturally in agriculture as in industry. It is traditional on the left to see the peasantry as a source of constant problems for a working class power because of the peasantry's dispersion, its attachment to private property, and the peasantry's political and ideological backwardness.
These factors certainly exist, but it is doubtful that the peasantry would actively oppose a working-class power that has formulated an intelligent, i.e. socialist farming policy. The, quote, peasant nightmare, end quote, currently obsessing so many revolutionaries results from the telescoping of two quite different problems. On the one hand, the relations of the peasantry with a socialist economy in the context of a modern society, and on the other hand, the relations between the peasantry and the state in the Russia of 1921 or of 1932, or in the satellite countries between 1945 and today. The situation that led Russia to the new economic policy of 1921 is of no exemplary value to an even moderately industrialized country. There is no chance of its repeating itself in a modern setting. In 1921, it was a question of an agricultural system that did not depend on the rest of the national economy for its essential means of production. 7 years of war and civil war had compelled it to fall back upon itself entirely. The party was asking of this system of agriculture to supply its produce to the towns without offering it anything in exchange. In 1932 in Russia and after 1945 in the satellite countries, what happened was an absolutely healthy resistance of the peasantry to the monstrous exploitation imposed on it by a bureaucratic state through forced collectivization. In a country such as France, classically considered, quote, backward, end quote, as far as the numerical importance of its peasantry is concerned, the workers' power will not have to fear a, quote, wheat strike, end quote. It will not have to organize punitive expeditions into the countryside. Precisely because the peasant is concerned with his own interest, he will have no cause to quarrel with a state that supplies him with gas, electricity, fertilizers, insecticides, and spare parts. Peasants would actively oppose such an administration only if pushed to the limit, either by exploitation or by an absurd policy of forced collectivization. The socialist organization of the economy would mean an immediate improvement in the economic status of those peasants, if only through the abolition of that specific kind of exploitation they are subjected through middlemen. As for forced collectivization, it is the very antithesis of socialist policy in the realm of agriculture. The collectivization of agriculture could only come about as the result of an organic development within. This isn't in italics, but I think it's really fucking important. Sorry. The collectivization of agriculture could only come about as the result of an organic development within the peasantry itself, helped along by technical developments. Under no circumstances could it be imposed through direct or indirect economic coercion. A socialist society will start by recognizing the rights of the peasants to the widest autonomy in the management of their own affairs. It will invite them to organize themselves into rural communes based on geographical or cultural units and comprising approximately equal populations. Each such commune will have, both in relation to the rest of society and in relation to its own organizational structure, the status of an enterprise. Its sovereign organ, therefore, will be the General Assembly of Peasants and its representational unit, the Peasant Council. Rural communes and their councils will be in charge of local self-administration. They alone will decide when and how they want to form producers' cooperatives and under what conditions. In relation to the overall plan, it will be the rural communes and their councils that will be responsible to the government and not individual peasants. Communes will undertake to deliver a certain percentage of their produce or a given amount of a specific product in exchange for given amounts of money or means of production. The rural communes themselves will decide how these obligations and payments ought to be allocated among their own members. Complex but by no means insoluble economic problems will probably arise in this respect. They boil down to the question of how agricultural prices will be determined in a socialist economy. The application of uniform prices would maintain significant income inequalities. quote, differential rents, end quote, between different rural communes or even between different farmers in a given commune. The ultimate solution to the problem would require, of course, the complete socialization of agriculture. In the meantime, compromises will be necessary. There might perhaps be some form of taxation on the wealthier communes combined with subsidies for the poorer ones until the gap between them had been substantially narrowed. To suppress inequalities completely by this means would amount, however, to forcible socialization. One should note in passing that differential yields today stem in part from the artificial maintenance of farming on poor yield soils through subsidies paid by the capitalist state for basically political purposes. Socialist society could rapidly lessen these gaps by refusing to subsidize non-profitable farming activities, while at the same time massively helping to equip poor but potentially viable communes. What about groups of workers involved in services of various kind? From commercial, banking, and insurance company staff to workers in entertainment to all the ex-state administrators. There is no reason why the pattern of their self-organization should not resemble that pertaining to industry as a whole. And what about the 1,001 petty trades existing in towns, shopkeepers, quote, personal services, end quote, artisans, some of the, quote, liberal professions, end quote, etc. Here the pattern of organization could resemble what we have outlined for a, quote, atomized, end quote, occupation such as agriculture. A working class power will never seek to socialize these occupations by force. It will only require that these categories group themselves into associations or cooperatives which will at one and the same time constitute their representative political organs and their responsible units in relation to the management of the economy as a whole. There will be no question, for instance, of socialized industry individually supplying each particular shop or artisan. Instead, it will supply the cooperatives that these shopkeepers or artisans will be members of, and will entrust to these collectives the job of organizing within their own task, their own ranks. At the political level, people in these occupations will seek representation through councils, or they won't be represented at all, for there won't be any elections of either the Western or Russian types. These solutions present serious shortcomings when compared with industrial-based workers' councils, or even when compared with rural communes. Workers' councils or rural communes are not primarily based on an occupation, when they are still so based. This would reflect their weakness rather than their strength. They are based on a working unity and on a shared life. In other words, workers' councils and rural communes represent organic social units. A cooperative of artisans or of petty traders geographically scattered and living and working separately from one another will only be based on a rather narrow community of interests. This fragmentation is a legacy of capitalism that socialist society ought to eliminate as soon as possible. These occupations are overcrowded today. Under socialism, some of the members of these strata will be absorbed into other occupations. Society will grant funds to the remainder to enable them to organize into larger self-managed units. When discussing people in these various occupations, we must repeat what we said about farmers, namely that we have no experience of what their attitudes might be towards a socialist power. To start with, and up to a point, they will doubtless remain, quote, attached to property, end quote. But up to what point? All that we know is how they reacted when Stalinism sought forcibly to drive them into a concentration camp instead of a socialist society. A society that will grant them a great deal of autonomy in their own affairs, that will peacefully and rationally seek to integrate the peasantry into the overall pattern of social life, that will furnish them a living example of democratic self-management, and that will give them positive help if they wanted to proceed towards socialization, will certainly enjoy a different prestige in their eyes and will have a different kind of influence on their development than did an exploiting and totalitarian bureaucracy that, by every one of its acts, reinforced their, quote, attachment to property, end quote, and drove them centuries backwards. The councils, universal form of organization of social activities. The basic unit of social organization, as we have envisaged them so far, will not merely manage production. They will, at the same time and primarily, be organs for popular self-management in all its aspects. On the one hand, they will be organs of local self-administration, and on the other hand, they will be the only bases of the central power, which will exist only as a federation or regrouping of all the councils. To say that a workers' council will be an organ of popular self-administration, and not just an organ of workers' management of production, is to recognize that a factory or office is not just a productive unit, but is also a social cell, and that it will become the primary locus of individual social, quote, socialization, end quote. Although this varies from country to country and from workplace to workplace, myriad activities other than just earning a living take place around it. Canteens, cooperatives, vacation retreats, sports clubs, libraries, rest homes, collective outings, dances, activities that allow the most important human ties, both private and, quote, public, end quote, to become established. To the extent that the average person is today active in, quote, public, end quote, affairs, it is more likely to be through some trade union or political activity related to work than in a capacity as an abstract, quote, citizen, end quote, putting a ballot into a box once every few years. Under socialism, the transformation of the relations of production and of the very nature of work will enormously reinforce for each worker the positive significance of the working collective to which he belongs. Workers' councils and rural communes will absorb all of today's, quote, municipal, end quote, functions. They also will take over many others which the monstrous centralization of the modern capitalist state has removed from the hands of local groups, with the sole aim of consolidating the control of the ruling class and of its central bureaucracy over the whole population. Local councils, for instance, will take over such city and county services and departments as the direct application of, quote, policing, end quote, powers, by detachments of armed workers assigned in rotation, the administration of local justice, and the local control of primary education. The two forms of regroupment, productive and geographical, seldom coincide today. People's homes are at variable distances from where they work. Where the scatter is small, as in a number of industrial towns or industrial suburbs or in many rural communes, the management of production and local self-administration will be undertaken by the same general assemblies and by the same councils. Where home and workplace do not overlap, geographically based local councils, Soviets, will have to be instituted, directly representing both the inhabitants of a given area and the enterprises in the area. Initially, such geographically based local councils will be necessary in many places. One might envisage them as quote, collateral, end quote, institutions in charge of local affairs. They will collaborate at the local and national levels with the councils of producers, which alone represent the seat of power. Although the Russian word, quote, Soviet, end quote, means, quote, council, end quote, one should not confuse the workers' councils we have been describing in this text with even the earliest Russian Soviets. The workers' councils are based on one's place of work. They can play a political role and a role in the industrial management of production. In its essence, a workers' council is a universal organ. The 1905 Petrograd Soviet Council of Workers' Deputies, although the product of a general strike and although exclusively proletarian in composition, remained a purely political organ.
The Soviets of 1917 were, as a rule, geographically based. They too were purely political institutions in which all social layers opposed to the old regime formed a united front. See Trotsky's 1905 and his History of the Russian Revolution. Their role corresponded to the, quote, backwardness, end quote, of the Russian economy and of Russian society at the time, as well as to the, quote, bourgeois democratic, end quote, aspects of the 1917 revolution. In this sense, they belong to the past. The normal form of working class representation in the present age undoubtedly is the Workers' Council. The problems created by the gaps between these two types of councils could be soon be overcome if one were to organize changes in workers' living spaces. This is but a small aspect of an important problem that will hang over the general orientation of socialist society for decades to come. Underlying these questions are all the economic, social, and human problems of urban planning in the deepest sense of the term, and ultimately the very problem of the division between town and country. It is not for us here to venture into these fields. All we can say is that from the very start, a socialist society will have to tackle these problems as total problems, for they have an effect on every aspect of people's lives and on society's own economic, political, and cultural purpose. What we have said about local self-administration also applies to regional self-administration. Regional federations of workers' councils or rural communes will be in charge of coordinating these bodies at a regional level and of organizing activities best tackled at such a level. The industrial organization of the, quote, state. We have seen that a large number of functions of the modern state, and not merely, quote, territorial, end quote, functions, will be taken over by local or regional organs of popular self-administration. But what about the truly, quote, central, end quote, functions, those whose content affects indivisibly the totality of the population? In class societies, and in particular under classical 19th century, quote, liberal, end quote, capitalism, the ultimate function of the state was to guarantee the maintenance of existing social relations through the exercise of a legal monopoly on violence. In this sense, Lenin was right, against the reformists of his day, to adopt Engels' description of the state as nothing more than, quote, special bodies of armed men and prisons, end quote. In the course of a socialist revolution, there was no doubt as to the fate of this state. Its apparatus was to be smashed, the, quote, special detachments of armed men, end quote, dissolved, and replaced by the arming of the people, and the permanent bureaucracy abolished and replaced by elected and revocable officials. Under today's crisis-ridden capitalism, increasing economic concentration and the increasing concentration of all aspects of social life, with the corresponding need for the ruling class to submit everything to its control and supervision, have led since Lenin's time to an enormous growth of the state apparatus, its function, and its bureaucracy. The state is no longer just a coercive apparatus that has elevated itself, quote, above, end quote, society. It is the hub of a whole series of mechanisms whereby society functions from day to day. At the limit, the present-day state underlies all social activity, as in the fully developed bureaucratic capitalist regimes of Russia and the satellite countries. In the West, the state goes beyond the mere exercise of, quote, power, end quote, in the narrow sense, and takes on an ever-increasing role in the management and control, not only of the economy, but as a host of social activities. Parallel with all this, the state takes on a large number of functions that in themselves could perfectly well be carried out by other bodies, but which either have become useful instruments of control or imply the mobilization of considerable resources that the state alone possesses. In many people's minds, the myth of the, quote, state, end quote,
as the, quote, incarnation of the absolute idea, end quote, which Engels mocked a century ago, has been replaced by another myth, the myth of the state as the inevitable incarnation of centralization and of the, quote, technical rationalization, end quote, required by modern social life. This has had two main effects. It has led some people to consider outmoded, utopian, or inapplicable the conclusions Marx, Engels, and Lenin have drawn from their theoretical analysis of the state and from the experience of the revolutionary events of 1848, 1871, and 1905. It has led others to swallow the reality of the modern Russian state, which simultaneously epitomizes, not in what it hides, police terror and the concentration camps, but in what it officially proclaims, in its constitution, the complete and total negation of previous Marxist conceptions of what the socialist, quote, state, end quote, might be like, and exhibits a monstrous increase in those very features of capitalist society that were criticized by Marx or Lenin. The total separation of rulers and ruled, permanent officialdom, greater privileges for the few than ever were allowed to the elite in any bourgeois state, etc. But this very evolution of the modern state contains the seed of a solution. The modern state has become a gigantic enterprise, by far the most important enterprise in modern society. It can exercise its managerial functions only to the extent that it has created a whole network of organs of execution, within which work has become collective, subject to a division of labor, and specialized. What has happened here is the same as what happened to the management of production in particular enterprises, but it has happened on a much vaster scale. In their overwhelming majority, today's governmental departments only carry out specific and limited tasks. They are, quote, enterprises, end quote, specializing in certain types of work. Some are socially necessary. Others are purely parasitic or only necessary in order to maintain the class structure of society. The, quote, powers that be, end quote, have no more intrinsic connection with the work of, quote, their, end quote, departments than they have, say, with the production of automobiles. The notion of, quote, power, end quote, or, quote, administrative rights, end quote, that remains appended to what are in fact a series of, quote, public services, end quote, is a juridical legacy, without real content. Its only purpose is to shield from criticism the arbitrary and irresponsible behavior of those at the top of various bureaucratic pyramids. Given these conditions, the solution does not lie in the, quote, election and revocability of all civil servants, end quote. This is neither necessary. These officials exercise no real power, nor possible. They are specialized workers whom one could no more, quote, elect, end quote, than one would elect electricians or doctors. The solution will lie in the industrial organization, pure and simple, of most of today's governmental departments. In many cases, this would only be giving formal recognition to an existing state of affairs. Concretely, such industrial organization would mean, 1. The explicit transformation of these, quote, administrative, end quote, departments into enterprises having the same status of any other enterprise. In many of these new enterprises, the mechanization and automation of work could be systematically developed to a considerable degree. 2. The management of these enterprises will be through workers' councils representing those who work there. These office workers, like all others, will determine autonomously the organization of their own work. The formation of workers' councils of state employees was one of the demands of the Hungarian workers' councils. 3. The function of these enterprises will be confined to the execution of the tasks assigned to them by the representative institutions of society. We have seen that the, quote, plan factory, end quote, will be organized in this way. The same will apply to whatever remains or could be used of any current structures relating to the economy. foreign trade, agriculture, finance, industry, etc. Current state functions that already are industrialized, public works, public transport, communications, public health, and social security, will be similarly organized, and the same goes for education. The central power, the assembly and the governmental council. What remains of the functions of a modern state will be discussed under three headings. 1. The material basis of authority and coercion. Quote, the specialized bands of armed men in prisons, end quote. In other words, the army and the law. 2. Foreign and domestic, quote, politics, end quote, in the narrow sense. In other words, the problems that might arise for a working class power if it was confronted with internal opposition or with the persistence of hostile exploiting regimes in other countries. 3. Real politics, the overall vision, coordination, and general purpose and direction of social life. Concerning the army, it is obvious that the, quote, specialized bands of armed men, end quote, will be dissolved and then replaced by the armed populace. Workers in factories, offices, and rural communes will constitute the units of a non-permanent, territorially based militia, each council being in charge of policing its own area. Regional regroupings will enable local units to become integrated and will allow the rational use of heavier armaments. The extent to which, quote, strategic, end quote, types of weapons, which can be used only on a centralized basis, will remain necessary, cannot be decided a priori. If it proved necessary, each council would probably contribute a contingent to the formation of certain central units, which would be under the control of the Central Assembly of councils.
Neither the means nor the overall conception of war can be copied from those of an imperialist country. What we have said about capitalist technology is valid for military technique. There is no neutral military technique. There is no, quote, A-bomb for socialism, end quote. Philippe Guillaume, Guillaume, is clearly shown in Les guerres et notre époque. Socialisme ou Barbarie 3 and 5-6, July 1949 and March 1950, that a proletarian revolution of necessity will have to draw up its own strategy and methods suitable to its social and human objectives. The need for so-called strategic weapons does not go without saying for a revolutionary power. As for the administration of justice, it will be in the hands of rank-and-file bodies. Each council will act as a, quote, lower court, end quote, in relation to, quote, offenses, end quote, committed in its jurisdiction. Individual rights will be guaranteed by procedural rules established by the Central Assembly and could also include the right of appeal to the regional councils or to the Central Assembly itself. There would be no question of a, quote, penal code, end quote, or of prisons, the very notion of, quote, punishment, end quote, being absurd from a socialist point of view. Judgment could only aim at re-educating the social delinquent and at reintegrating him into his social surroundings. Deprivation of freedom has a meaning only if it is judged that a particular individual constitutes a permanent threat to others, and in that case what is needed is not a penitentiary but, quote, pedagogical and, quote, medical and, quote, psychiatric institutions. Political problems. In the narrow as well as in the broader sense that concern the whole population, and therefore only the population as a whole is in a position to solve them, but people can solve them only if they are organized to this end. At the present time, everything is devised so as to prevent people from dealing with such problems. People are conned into believing that the sole possessor of solutions to political problems are the politicians, those specialists of the universal, whose most universal attribute is precisely their ignorance of any particular reality. The organization will be made up first of all of the workers' councils and the general assemblies of each particular enterprise. The vital collective setting within which there can be a confrontation of views and an elaboration of informed political opinions. They will be the ultimate sovereign authorities for all political decisions. But there will also be central institutions directly emanating from these grassroots organizations, namely the Central Assembly of Councils. The existence of such a body is necessary, not only because some problems require an immediate decision, even if such a decision may subsequently be reversed by the population, but more particularly because preliminary checking, clarification, and elaboration of the facts are almost always necessary before any meaningful decision can be made. To take the people as a whole to voice their opinions without such preparation would often be a mystification and a negation of democracy, because it would eliminate the possibility of people deciding in full knowledge of the relevant facts. There must be a framework for discussing problems and for submitting them to popular decision, or even for suggesting that they should be discussed. They are not just, quote, technical, end quote, these are not just, quote, technical, end quote, functions. They are deeply political. And the body that would initiate them would be a central power, although very different in its structure and role from any contemporary central body, that socialist society could not do without. The real problem is not whether such a body should exist. It is how to organize that body in such a manner that it no longer incarnates the alienation of political power in society and the vesting of authority in the hands of specialized institutions separated from the population as a whole. The problem is to make any central body into the expression and instruments of the central power. We think this perfectly possible under modern conditions. The Central Assembly of Councils will be composed of delegates elected directly by the General Assemblies of the grassroots organs, or by geographical or federated groups of these organs, enterprises, rural communes, etc. These people will be revocable at all times by the bodies that elected them. They will remain at work, as will delegates of the local workers' councils. Delegates to the Central Assembly will meet in plenary session as often as necessary. In meeting twice a week or during 1 week each month, they will almost certainly get through more work than any present legislature, which hardly gets through any. At frequent intervals, perhaps once a month, they will have to give an account of their mandate to those who had elected them. In a country like France, such an assembly could consist of 1,000 or 2,000 delegates, bracket 1 delegate per 20,000 or 10,000 workers, end bracket. A compromise would have to be reached between two requirements. A working body. The Central Assembly of Councils should not be too large, but on the other hand, it must afford the most direct and most broadly based representation of the people, areas, and organs of which it is the outcome. Those elected to the Central Assembly will elect from their own ranks or will appoint to act in rotation a central governmental council, composed perhaps of a few dozen members. The tasks of this body will be restricted to preparing the work of the Central Assembly of Councils, acting in its stead when it is not in session, and convening the Assembly for emergency sessions if necessary. If this governmental council exceeded its jurisdiction and made a decision that could or should have been submitted to the central body, or if it made any unacceptable decisions, these could immediately be rescinded by the next meeting of the central body, which could also take any other necessary measures up to and including the, quote, dissolution, end quote, of its own council. Likewise, if the Central Assembly made any decisions that exceeded its jurisdiction, or that went against the will of the local workers' councils or the local general assemblies, It will be up to these bodies to take any steps necessary, beginning with the revocation of their delegates to the Central Assembly. Neither the Central Council nor the Central Assembly could persevere in unacceptable practices. They have no power of their own. They are revocable, and in the last analysis, the population is armed. But if the Central Assembly allowed its council to exceed its rights, or if members of local assemblies allowed their delegates to the Central Assembly to exceed their authority, nothing could be done. The population can exercise political power only if it wants to. The organization proposed merely ensures that the population could exercise such power if the population wanted to. But this very will to take affairs into one's own hands is not some occult force, appearing and disappearing in some mysterious way. Political alienation in capitalist society does not just stem from the fact that existing institutions, by their very structure, make it, quote, technically, end quote, impossible for the political will of the people to express or exercise itself. Contemporary political alienation stems from the destruction of this will at its roots, the thwarting of its very growth, and, finally, the suppression of all interest in public affairs. There is nothing more sinister than the utterances of sundry liberals bemoaning the, quote, political apathy of the people, end quote, an apathy that the political and social system they subscribe to would recreate daily if it did not already exist. This suppression of political will in modern society stems as much from the content of modern, quote, politics, end quote, as from the means available for political expression. It is based on the unbridgeable gulf that today separates, quote, politics, end quote, from people's real lives. The content of modern politics is the, quote, better, end quote, organization of exploiting society. The better to exploit society itself. Its methods of expression are necessarily mystifying. They resort either to direct lies or to meaningless abstractions. The world in which all this takes place is a world of, quote, specialists, end quote, underhanded deals, and a spurious, quote, technicism, end quote. All this will be radically changed in a socialist society. Exploitation having been eliminated, the content of politics will be the better organization of our common life. An immediate result will be a different attitude on the part of ordinary people toward public affairs. Political problems will be everyone's problems, whether they relate to where one works or deal with national issues. People will begin to feel their concerns have a real impact, and perceptible results should soon be obvious to everyone. The method of expression of the new politics will be geared toward making real problems accessible to everyone. The gulf separating, quote, political affairs, end quote, from people's everyday lives will be completely eliminated. All this warrants some comment. Modern sociologists often claim that the content of modern politics and its modes of expression are inevitable. They believe that the separation of politics from life is due to irreversible technical changes that make any real democracy impossible. It is alleged that the content of politics, namely, the direction and management of society, has become highly complex, embracing an extraordinary mass of data and problems, each of which can be mastered only through advanced specialization. All this allegedly being so, it is proclaimed as self-evident that these problems could never be put to the public in any intelligible way, or only by simplifying them to a degree that would distort them altogether. Why be surprised then that ordinary people take no more interest in politics than they do in differential calculus? If these, quote, arguments, end quote, presented as the very latest in political sociology, but in fact as old as the world, Plato discusses them at length, and his Protagoras is in part devoted to them. Prove anything. It is not that democracy is a utopian illusion, but that the very management of society by whatever means has become impossible. The politician, according to these premises, would have to be the incarnation of absolute and total knowledge. No technical specialization, however advanced, entitles its possessor to master areas other than his own. An assembly of technicians, each the highest authority in his particular field, would have no competence, as an assembly of technicians, to solve anything. Only one individual could comment on any specific point, and no one would be in a position to comment on any general problem. Indeed, make sure I'm recording. All right. Indeed, modern society is not managed by technicians as such, and never could be. Those who manage society do not incarnate absolute knowledge, but rather generalized incompetence. In fact, modern society is hardly managed at all. It merely drifts. Just like the top management of the bureaucratic apparatus heading up some big factory. A modern political, quote, leadership, end quote, only renders verdicts, and thoroughly arbitrary verdicts at that. It decides between the opinions of the various technical departments that are designed to, quote, assist, end quote, it, but over which it has very little control. In this, our rulers feel the repercussions in their own social system and experience the same political alienation our rulers impose on the rest of society. The chaos of our rulers' own social organization and the narrow development of each branch for its own exclusive ends render impossible a rational exercise of their own power, even in their own terms. We discuss this sophism because it puts us on the road to an important truth. In the case of politics, as in the case of production, people tend to blame modern technique and modern, quote, technicization, end quote, in general, instead of seeing that the problems stem from a specifically capitalist technology. In politics, as in production, capitalism does not mean the use of technically, quote, neutral, end quote, means for capitalist ends. It also means the creation and development of specific techniques aimed at ensuring the exploitation of the producers, or the oppression, mystification, and political alienation and manipulation of citizens in general. At the level of production, socialism will mean the conscious transformation of technology. Technique will be put in the service of the people. On the political level, socialism will imply a similar transformation. Technique will be put in the service of democracy. Political technique is based essentially on the techniques of information and of communication. We are here using the term, quote, technique, end quote, in the widest sense. The material means of information and communication comprise only a part of the corresponding techniques. To place the technique of information at the service of democracy does not only mean to put material means of expression in the hands of the people, essential as this may be, nor does it mean the dissemination of all information or of any information whatsoever. It means first and foremost to put at the disposal of mankind the elements necessary to enable people to decide in full knowledge of the relevant facts. This means that each person will receive a faithful translation of essential data relating to the problems that will have to be decided upon. This information will be expressed in the form of a finite number of succinctly stated and meaningful details. With respect to the plan factory, we have given a specific example of how information could be used so as vastly to increase people's areas of freedom. In this case, genuine information would not end up burying everyone under whole libraries of textbooks on economics, technology, and statistics. The information that would result from this would be strictly nil. The information provided by the plan factory would be compact, significant, sufficient, and true. Everyone will know what he will have to contribute and the level of consumption he will enjoy if this or that variant of the plan is adopted. This is how technique, in this instance economic analysis, statistics, and computers, can be put in the service of democracy in a key area. There is no, quote, cybernetic politics, end quote, that could tell us how to make a decision. Only people can determine the elements required to make decisions. The same applies to the technique of communication. It is claimed that the very size of modern societies precludes the exercise of any genuine democracy. Distances and numbers allegedly render direct democracy impossible. The only feasible democracy, it is claimed, is representative democracy, which, quote, inevitably, end quote, contains a kernel of political alienation, namely the separation of representatives from those they represent. In fact, there are several ways of envisaging and achieving representative democracy. A legislature is one form, councils are another form, and it is difficult to see how political alienation could arise in a council system operating according to its own rules. If modern techniques of communication were put in the service of democracy, the areas where representative democracy would remain necessary would narrow considerably. Material distances are smaller in the modern world than they were in Attica. In the 5th century BC, at that time, the voice range of the orator, and hence the number of people he could reach, was limited by the functional capacity of his vocal cords. Today it is unlimited. In the realm of communicating ideas, distances have not only narrowed, they have disappeared. If society felt it were necessary, tomorrow it could establish a general assembly of the whole population in any modern country. Closed-circuit radio and television hookups easily could link a vast number of general assemblies in various factories, offices, or rural communes. Similar, but more limited, hookups could be established in a vast number of cases. In any case, the sessions of the Central Assembly or of its council easily could be televised. This, combined with the revocability of all delegates, would readily ensure that any central institution remained under the permanent control of the population. It would profoundly alter the very notion of, quote, present representation, end quote. It certainly would be amusing to televise today's parliamentary sessions. This would be an excellent way of lowering TV set sales. It might be claimed that the problem of numbers remains and that people would never be able to express themselves in a reasonable amount of time. This is not a valid argument. There would rarely be an assembly of over 20 people where everyone would want to speak. For the very good reason that when there is something to be decided upon, there are not an infinite number of options or an infinite number of arguments. In unhampered rank-and-file workers' gatherings, convened, for instance, to decide on a strike, there have never been, quote, too many, end quote, speeches. 2 or 3 fundamental opinions have been voiced, and various arguments have been exchanged, a decision is soon reached. The length of speeches, moreover, often varies inversely with the weight of their content. Russian leaders sometimes talk on for 4 hours at party congresses without saying anything. The speech of Ephor, that persuaded the Spartans to launch the Peloponnesian War, occupies 21 lines of Thucydides. For an account of the laconicism of revolutionary assemblies, see Trotsky's account of the Petrograd Soviet in 1905, or accounts of the meetings of factory representatives in Budapest in 1956. People bemoan the fact that the size of the modern, quote, city, end quote, compared with those of yesterday, tens of millions rather than tens of thousands, render direct democracy impossible. They are doubly blind. They do not see, first, that modern society has recreated the very milieu, the workplace, where such democracy could be reinstaurated. Nor do they see that modern society has created and will continue to create for an indefinite period of time the technical means for a genuine democracy on a massive scale. They envisage the only solution to the problem of the supersonic age in the horse and buggy terms of parliamentary political machinery. And they can conclude that democracy has become, quote, impossible, end quote. They claim to have made a, quote, new, end quote, analysis, and they have ignored what is really new in our epoch. The material possibilities of at last freely transforming the world through technique and through the proletariat, which is its living vehicle. The, quote, state, quote, parties, and, quote, politics. 1 second. Sorry. I'm getting text messages, you know? All my girlies be hitting me up. Anyway. The, quote, state, quote, parties, and, quote, politics. What will the, quote, state, quote, politics, and, quote, parties consist of in such a society? We have seen that the remnants of a, quote, state, end quote, will still exist in those instances where there will not immediately be a pure and simple, quote, administration of things, end quote. Where there still will be the possibility of coercion and constraint against individuals or groups, where the majority will still prevail over the minority, and where, therefore, limitations on individuals' freedom persist. There no longer will be a, quote, state, end quote, to the extent that the bodies exercising power will be none other than the productive units or local organizations of the whole population. That the institutions organizing social life will be but one aspect of that life itself, and that what remained of central bodies will be under the direct and permanent control of the grassroots organizations. This will be the starting point. Social development cannot but bring about a rapid reduction, quote, withering away, end quote, of the, quote, statist, end quote, features of social organization. The reasons for exercising constraints gradually will disappear, and the field of individual freedom will enlarge. Needless to say, we are not talking here about formal, quote, democratic freedoms, end quote, which a socialist society will immediately and vastly expand, but about substantive freedoms, not only the right to live, but the right to do what one wants with one's life. Freed from all the rubbish and mystifications freed from all the rubbish and mystifications currently surrounding it, politics in such a society will be nothing but the collective search for, debate about, and adoption of solutions to the general problems concerning the future of society, whether these be economic or educational, whether they dealt with the rest of the world or with domestic relations between various social strata or classes. All these decisions concern the whole of the population, and they were theirs to make. It is probable, even certain, that there will be different views about such problems. Each approach will seek to be as coherent and systematic as possible. People will subscribe to particular viewpoints, though they will be dispersed geographically or occupationally. These people will come together to defend their views. In other words, they will form political groups. On the national level, the councils will have to decide whether they consider the general orientation of this or that party compatible with the makeup of the new society, and therefore whether such parties will be allowed to function on a legal basis. There would be no point in pretending that a contradiction would not exist between the existence of such groups and the role of the councils. The two could not develop simultaneously. If the councils fulfill their function, they will provide the principal and vital setting not only for political confrontations, but also for the formation of political opinions. Political groups, on the other hand, are exclusive environments for the schooling of their members, as well as being exclusive poles for their loyalty. The parallel existence of both councils and political groups will imply that a part of real political life will be taking place outside the councils. People will then tend to act in the councils according to decisions already made elsewhere. Should this tendency predominate, it will bring about the rapid atrophy and finally the disappearance of the councils. Conversely, real socialist development would be characterized by the progressive atrophy of established political groups. The contradiction could not be abolished by a stroke of the pen or by any, quote, statutory, end quote, decree. The persistence of political groups would reflect the continuation of characteristics inherited from capitalist society. In particular, the persistence of divergent interests and their corresponding ideologies, even after these capitalistic traits have disappeared. People will not form parties for or against quantum theory or over simple differences of opinion about some particular point. The flowering or final atrophy of political groups will depend on the ability of workers' power to unite society. The basis of parties is not a difference of opinion as such, but rather differences on fundamentals and the more or less systematic unity of each, quote, set of views, end quote. In other words, parties express a set orientation corresponding to a more or less clear ideology, in its turn flowing from the existence of social positions leading to conflicting aspirations. As long as such positions exist and lead to a political, quote, projection, end quote, of expectations, one cannot abolish political groups. But as they begin to disappear, it is unlikely that groups will be formed about, quote, divergences, end quote, of opinion in general. In political organizations expressing the survival of different interests and ideologies persist, a working-class socialist party, a partisan defender of proletarian socialist organization will also exist. It will be open to all those who favor total power for the councils and will differ from all others both in program and in its practice, precisely on this point. Its fundamental activity will be directed toward the concentration of power in the councils and to their becoming the only center of political life. This implies that it will struggle against power being held by any particular party, whichever one it may be. It is obvious that the democratic power structure of a socialist society excludes the possibility of a party, quote, holding power, end quote. Their very words would be meaningless within the framework we have described. Insofar as major trends of opinion might arise or diverge on important issues, the holders of majority viewpoints might be elected as delegates to the councils, assemblies, communes, etc., more often than others. This does not necessarily follow, however, for delegates will be elected mainly on the basis of overall confidence, and not always according to their opinion on this or that issue. Parties will not be organizations seeking power, and the Central Assembly of Councils will not be a workers' parliament, a quote workers' parliament, end quote. People will not be elected to it as members of a party. The same goes for any government chosen by this assembly. The role of a working-class socialist party initially will be quite important. It will have to defend these conceptions systematically and coherently. It will have to conduct an extensive struggle to unmask and denounce bureaucratic tendencies, not in general, but where they concretely show themselves. Also, and perhaps above all, initially it will be the only group capable of showing the ways and means whereby technique and technicians could be organized and directed as to allow working-class democracy to both stabilize itself and blossom forth. The work of the party could, for instance, hasten considerably the setting up of the democratic planning mechanism we analyzed earlier. The party is in fact the only form in which the coalescence of workers and intellectuals can now take place in our society of exploitation. And this fusion could also allow the working class power to make rapid use of techniques that would advance its goals. But if, some years after the revolution, the party continued to grow, it would be the surest sign that it was dead, as a working class socialist party. Freedom and the dictatorship of the proletariat. The problem of political freedom arises in two forms: freedom for political organizations and the rights of various social strata of the population. Nationally, the councils alone will be in a position to judge to what extent the activities of any given political organization could be tolerated. The basic criterion, though, ought to guide their judgment will be whether the organization in question was seeking to re-establish an exploiting regime. In other words, was it trying to abolish the power of the councils? If they judge this to be the case, the councils will have the right and duty to defend themselves as the ultimate limit of curtailing such activities. But this yardstick will not provide an automatic answer in every specific instance for the very good reason that such an automatic power could never exist. In each case, the councils will have to bear the political responsibility for their answer, steering a course between two equal and very serious dangers, either to allow freedom of action to enemies of socialism who seek to destroy socialism, or to kill self-management by themselves through extreme restrictions on political freedom. There's no absolute or abstract answer to this dilemma, nor is it any use trying to minimize the extent of the problem by saying that any important political tendency would be represented inside the councils. It is perfectly possible and even quite probable that there will exist within the councils tendencies opposed to their total power. The, quote, legality of Soviet parties, end quote, a formula through which Trotsky believed, in 1936, that he could answer this problem, in fact answers nothing. If the only dangers confronting socialist society were those due to bourgeois, quote, restorationist, end quote, parties, there would be little to fear, for such parties would not find much support in the workers' assemblies. They would automatically exclude themselves from meaningful political life. But the main danger threatening the socialist revolution after the liquidation of private capitalism does not arise from restorationist tendencies. It stems from the bureaucratic tendencies. Such tendencies may find support in some sections of the working class, the more so as their programs do not and would not aim at restoring traditional and known forms of exploitation, but would be presented as, quote, variants, end quote, of socialism. In the beginning, when it was most dangerous, bureaucratism is neither a social system nor a definite program. It is only an attitude and practice. The councils will be able to fight bureaucracy only as a result of their own concrete experience. But the revolutionary tendency inside the councils will always denounce, quote, one-man management, end quote, as practiced in Russia, or the centralized management of the whole economy by a separate apparatus as practiced in Russia, Poland, or Yugoslavia. It will denounce them as variants not of socialism but of exploitation, and it will struggle to outlaw organizations propagating such aims. It is hardly necessary to add that, although it might prove necessary to limit the political activity of this or that organization, no limitation is conceivable in the domains of ideology or of culture. A genuine socialist society can only entail a much greater variety of tendencies, quote, schools, end quote, and so on than exists today. Another problem independent of the question of political organizations arises. Should all sections of the population have the same rights from the start? Are they equally able to participate in the political management of society? What does the dictatorship of the proletariat mean in such circumstances? The dictatorship of the proletariat means the incontrovertible fact that the initiative for and the direction of the socialist revolution and subsequent transformation of society can only belong to the proletariat in the factories. Therefore, it means that the point of departure and the center of socialist power will quite literally be the workers' councils. But the proletariat does not aim at instituting a dictatorship over society and over the other strata of the population. The proletariat's aim is the instauration of socialism, a society in which differences between strata or classes must diminish rapidly and soon disappear. The proletariat will be able to take society in the direction of socialism only to the extent that it associates other sections of the population with its aims. or to the extent that it grants them the fullest autonomy compatible with the general orientation of society, or that it raises them to the rank of active subjects of political management and does not see them as objects of its own control, which would be in conflict with its whole outlook. All this is expressed in the general organization of the population into councils, in the extensive autonomy of the councils in their own domain, and in the participation of all these councils in the central power, as we have described it here. What happens if the working class does not vastly outnumber the rest of the population? Or if the revolution is from the start in a particularly difficult position, other strata being actively hostile to the power of the workers' councils? The dictatorship of the proletariat will then find concrete expression in an unequal participation of the various strata of society in the central power. In the beginning, for example, the proletariat might have to grant a smaller voice to the peasant councils than to other councils, even if it allows this voice to grow as class tensions diminish. But the real implications of these questions are limited. The working class could keep power only if it gained the support of the majority of those who work for a living, even if they are not industrial workers. In modern societies, wage and salary earners constitute the overwhelming majority of the population. Each day their numerical importance increases. If the majority of industrial workers and other wage earners and salaried personnel supported a revolutionary power, the regime could not be endangered by the political opposition of the peasants, who are not indeed one homogeneous bloc. If the aforementioned sections did not support revolutionary power, it is difficult to see how the revolution could triumph, and even more how it could last for any length of time. Problems of the, quote, transition, end quote. The society we are talking about is not communism, which supposes total freedom, people's complete control over their own activities, the absence of any constraint, total abundance, and human beings of a totally different kind. The society we are talking about is socialism, and socialism is the only transitional society between a regime of exploitation and communism. What is not socialism, as here defined, is not a transitional society, but an exploiting society. We might say that any exploiting society is a, quote, society in transition, end quote. But it is, quote, in transition to another form of exploitation, end quote. The transition to communism is only possible if exploitation is immediately abolished, for otherwise exploitation continues and feeds on itself. The abolition of exploitation is only possible when every separate stratum of directors ceases to exist. For in modern societies, it is the division between directors and executants that is at the root of exploitation. The abolition of a separate managerial apparatus means workers' management in all sectors of social activity. Workers' management is only possible within the framework of new organizational forms embodying the direct democracy of the producers, as represented by the councils. Workers' management can be consolidated and enlarged only insofar as it attacks the deepest roots of alienation in all fields and primarily in the realm of work. In their essence, these views closely coincide with Marx and Lenin's ideas on the subject. Marx envisaged only one kind of transitional society between capitalism and communism, which he called indifferently dictatorship of the proletariat or lower stage of communism. For him, there was no doubt that this society would signify from day one an end to exploitation and to a separate state apparatus. Lenin's position on this question, as elaborated in State and Revolution, merely explain and defend Marx's theses against the reformists of his day. These elementary truths have been systematically hidden and distorted since the Russian Revolution degenerated.
Let us leave aside the Stalinists, whose historic job it has been to present concentration camps, the absolute power of factory managers, peace rates, Stakhanovism, as the finished products of socialism. In a more subtle, but just as dangerous form, the same mystification has been propagated by the Trotskyists and by Trotsky himself. They have managed to invent an increasing number of transitional societies, fitting more or less comfortably next to each other. Between communism and capitalism, there was socialism. Between socialism and capitalism, there was the workers' state. And between the workers' state and capitalism, there was the, quote, degenerated workers' state, end quote. Degeneration being a process, there were gradations, degenerated, very degenerated, monstrously degenerated, etc. After the war, according to the Trotskyists, we witnessed the birth of a whole series of, quote, degenerated workers' states, end quote, the satellite countries of Eastern Europe, which were degenerated without ever having been worker states. All these gymnastics were performed so as to avoid having to admit that Russia had become again an exploiting society without a shred of socialism about it, and as to avoid drawing the conclusion that the fate of the Russian Revolution made it imperative to re-examine all the problems relating to the program and content of socialism, to the role of the proletariat, to the role of the party, etc. The idea of a, quote, transitional society, end quote, other than the socialist society we have spoken about, is a mystification. This is not to say, far from it, that problems of transition do not exist. In a sense, the whole of socialist society is determined by the existence of these problems and by people's attempt to solve them. But problems of transition will also exist in a narrower sense. They will flow from the concrete conditions that will confront any socialist revolution at the start. These initial conditions will make it more or less easy to bring about socialism. They will guide socialist society toward particular ways of giving concrete form to what are the basic principles of socialism. For instance, the revolution can only begin in one country or in one group of countries. As a result, it will have to endure pressures of extremely varying kinds and durations. On the other hand, however swiftly the revolution spreads internationally, a country's level of internal development will play an important role in how the principles of socialism will be concretely applied. For example, agriculture might create important problems in France but not in the United States or Great Britain, where, inversely, the main problem would be that of the country's extreme dependence on food imports. In the course of our analysis, we have considered several problems of this kind and hope to have shown that solutions tending in a socialist direction existed in each case. We have not been able to consider the special problems that would arise if the revolution remained isolated in one country for a long time, and we can hardly do it here. But we hope to have shown that it is wrong to think that the problems arising from such isolation are insoluble, that an isolated worker's power must die heroically or degenerate, or that at the most it can, quote, hold on, end quote, while waiting. The only way to, quote, hold on, end quote, is to start building socialism. Otherwise, degeneration has already set in, and there is nothing to hold on for. For workers' power, the building of socialism from the very first day is not only possible, it is imperative. It does not take place, the power held has already ceased to be. If it does not take place, the power held has already ceased to be workers' power. All the discussion about, quote, socialism in one country, end quote, between the Stalinists and the left opposition between 1924 and 1927, shows to a frightening degree how men make history thinking they know what they are doing, yet understand nothing about it. Stalin insisted it was possible to build socialism in Russia alone, meaning by socialism industrialization plus the power of the bureaucracy. Trotsky vowed that this was impossible, meaning by socialism a classless society. Both were right in what they said, and wrong in denying the truth of the other's allegation. But neither was in fact talking about socialism, and no one, during the whole discussion, mentioned the system of rule inside Russian factories, the relation of the proletariat to the management of production, or the relation of the Bolshevik Party, where the discussion was taking place, to the proletariat, who were in the long run the main interested party in the whole business. The program we have outlined is, this is in italics,
a program for the present capable of being realized in any reasonably industrial country. End italics. It describes the steps, or the spirit guiding the steps, that the councils will have to take and the general orientation they will have to adopt, starting from the very first weeks of their power, whether this power has spread to several countries or is confined to one country. Perhaps, if we were talking about Albania, there would be little we could do, but if tomorrow in France, or even in Poland, or yesterday in Hungary, workers' councils emerged without having to face a foreign military invasion, they could only federate into a central assembly and declare themselves the only power in the land, proceed to arm the proletariat and order the dissolution of the police and of the standing army, proclaim the expropriation of the capitalists, the dismissal of all managers, and the takeover of the management of all factories by the workers, themselves organized into workers' councils, proclaim the abolition of work norms and instaurate full equality of wages and salaries, encourage other categories of wage earners to form councils and to take into their own hands the management of their respective enterprises, ask workers in governmental departments, in particular, to form councils and proclaim the transformation of these administrative bodies into enterprises managed by those who work in them. Encourage the peasants and other self-employed sections of the population to group themselves into councils and to send their representatives to a central assembly. Proceed to organize a, quote, plan factory, end quote, and promptly submit a provisional economic plan for discussion by the local councils. Call on the workers of other countries and explain to them the content and meaning of these measures. All this would be immediately necessary, and it would contain all that is essential to the process of building socialism.